Hey there, Amanda. Good to see you. Looks like we got some people finally streaming back in here to the restarted stream. So, yeah, we had a little bit of issues there getting this thing up and running. My software was having a little bit of a problem deciding on the audio, and it couldn't figure out anything. It tried to load the different audio controllers, either the M audio controller that I'm using to power this microphone that I'm using right now, or the built-in microphone. So I'm not sure exactly what happened. It just freaked out there and decided it wasn't going to have any audio whatsoever no matter what I tried to do. So that's kind of currently where we're at, and now it seems to be working just fine. So my apologies for the issues. Welcome back. Thanks for joining me, everybody. I hope you have had a chance to check out the recent episode over on 539. I've been putting a lot of work into the travel lately, and as well as the editing side of these videos. But a little bit of lower quality tonight, although it's not looking too bad with the lighting, I must say. I'm pretty impressed for it being switched back. I don't know if all of you guys can tell, but we are back to the webcam, unfortunately, for the moment. It just was proving a little bit too much for something. I've got to figure it out. I don't know if I need to upgrade the memory, or we just need to throw down and upgrade the computer, or what needs to happen at this point. But something is just overloading the system, and it's like it works for about a good 45 minutes, maybe half an hour, something like that, and then it starts to sort of lag and then get behind, and then weird things start happening, including, I think we've had some audio synchronization issues in the last few streams where it's sort of my words seem to catch up with what my mouth's doing. So, yeah, I'm not sure exactly what's happening, but at any rate, seems like we're doing all right for tonight after that little mishap right there. Hey there, Nameless. Welcome to the live stream. Good to have you. Hi, Kenneth. Hey, no problem, man. I appreciate you coming by and hanging out. Hey there, Shauna. Let me see if I can zoom in again. It was giving me some issues zooming in for some reason. It's like all of a sudden the size of chat is a definitive size and I can't zoom anymore. Okay, now it's letting me do it. Weird. Salt Lake City. Awesome. Good to have you here. Let's see. Sight Alone. Lori. Welcome. Jade, welcome. Good to have you guys. Thanks for joining me. I don't know, some of you may have joined me before. I couldn't, I kind of forgot to see all who was here. I think I might have said hi to at least, I don't know if I said hi to even one person last time. I was kind of frustrated with that whole situation. I thought I was going to have to restart the entire computer to get it working, but then finally it started working. Is the audio a little bit low? I don't know. It's showing good on my end. I'll try and adjust it up a little bit here. Yeah, unfortunately, I need to get a good pair of headphones to use so that I can hear myself when I'm doing this stuff. And that's what I was trying to do with the Galaxy Buds, but they just weren't working. I thought that was going to work a little bit better. I might be able to set it up with this system. I'm not really sure, unfortunately. I might have to play around with the settings a little bit. No problem, Lori. As I've said before, always welcome to watch. No need to comment if you don't want to. You're always welcome to comment. Everybody's always welcome to comment whatever they'd like. Any questions that they have about the videos, any comments they have about the travel, or questions about maybe upcoming travel. But at any rate, like I said, I appreciate everybody being here, no matter if you're part of the chat or not. So many thanks to everybody for joining us here. But yeah. So yeah, we've had a few new subscribers recently, a decent amount of new subscribers recently, so welcome to everybody. And so again, I will kind of put this out there that it will not always be just live streams on this channel. It will actually be full episodes at some point. Desperately been trying to keep caught up with 539 and get 4 episodes a week at least out, and been struggling with that a little bit, but it's been getting a little bit better recently, and I think I'm finally pretty much caught up and going to be hopefully a little bit ahead so that I can concentrate on doing the second channel a little bit more and doing some other stuff as well. So looking forward to all of that, and like I said, doing a little bit more in-depth content on this channel besides just hitting that start streaming button, but I do like coming and hanging out and answering you guys' questions, talking about stuff, talking about subjects that you want to talk about things about the videos, and all kinds of different subjects that we've delved into here on the live stream. So welcome again. Sorry, I've got my glasses off tonight and I haven't zoomed in enough. Welcome, Mel's Bells. Thanks for joining us. Sue Lynn, welcome from Australia. Good to have you here. Let me see if I can zoom in just a little bit more here. It might actually help to light up my face a little bit too. That's better. There we go. Thank you, Jade. Yeah, it's actually just the green that is faded, and it's turned kind of this goldish color now. So yeah, it ended up looking kind of cool. I'll probably end up coloring it again before I head out to Vegas here. So yeah, it'll probably be a little bit darker then. I'm thinking I'm going, oddly timing-wise, as I'm heading back to Vegas, I'm going to be doing pretty much the same color and going back to midnight blue. When it's the darker blue. If you're wondering, it's this, like I said, the same exact blue that you can see in all the episodes that we did from the desert with Cryptid Hunter last year. So check that out if you haven't seen them before. And yeah, not going to be going back to all the same places. Going to be doing some other stuff. Might be doing some crazy stuff out in the desert again, though. Maybe do a little bit of UFO spotting, something crazy like that. I don't really know. We're going to be doing, spending a lot of time out in the desert, and might be even spending the night out there. I'm not sure exactly in what capacity. Probably won't be camping or anything like in the desert. Not that I know of, but maybe somewhere in between camping and a hotel. But more details on that a little bit later. But yeah, good. It looks like everything's going pretty well. Getting a lot of people back that were here before, so glad that we actually got things up and running tonight. My fear was that even if I restarted everything, that it was still going to be having issues for some reason. I couldn't figure it out. So yeah, I'm kind of happy that we actually got things working finally. But so yeah, in terms of travel for the upcoming 539 episodes, I'm going to be hitting the road here again soon, probably later on this month here in the next maybe week or two. And I might be going deeper into Ohio. I have a few things in mind. Yeah, I've been trying to kind of broaden the content a little bit. Some of you may have noticed I've been doing a lot more of the sort of adventure travel type episodes, and sort of taking, and not necessarily trying to take away, but like just have a wider variety alongside with the graveyards and historic places, things like that. So yeah, I've been trying to do that a little bit more often, including with the recent Prophetstown episodes. Do I know Michael Scott? Yeah, I do. I follow Michael's channel. We do know each other. We might be working together at some point here in the future. I have talked to him a little bit. Not very much. I don't know him very well, but we do know of each other. So, yeah, good guy. Makes a lot of interesting content, does some crazy haunted type locations, and does a few storytelling videos with some of his past experiences, as well as some other people's experiences that he's been sent or that he's heard of, and puts out a lot of really cool content. So, yeah, I would love to work with Michael. Hey there, Emmy. Good to have you back. So yeah, we should be traveling a lot more from here on out. It was just a matter of balancing everything, and it was like I hit summer and I wanted to do the 4 episodes a week and sort of commit to that, and then that was big. And that took a lot to sort of get used to and get into, and get into the schedule of editing. Yeah, it was kind of, I mean, it's not that necessarily it was any more or less work. I sort of just was moving things around from here to there, and essentially just concentrating a little bit more on the travel side of things instead of the online side of things. And I think it's just the natural progression of the channel and of, both the channels really. And so, yeah, but it was a transitional period, and so it was a lot of local travel, and that helped out a lot to get me into the groove of everything. And then now that I'm sort of caught up and gotten used to everything, it's not such a huge deal to be putting out the 4 episodes, or at least 3 episodes. I know some weeks it's been 3. I've been saying the 4, but I mean, as much as I've been trying, we will get to that. And so I've been sort of forgiving myself for the occasional mess up, and like I said, only 3 episodes. I don't know that we've had, well, I take that back. We did take sort of like a whole week off last week, but I kind of needed that to get a lot of stuff in the background done again. It does, as much as it doesn't seem like it, there is a lot of work in the background. Editing being number 1, it's a lot of work, and if you don't do it right, it's like you're putting out mediocre content on a channel where you're capable of putting out really good content. And so I just, it's not worth it to sort of skimp on one thing. So just had to get into the swing of things. But how's Big Steve? I really don't know. The last I heard, he was doing fine. Yeah, Big Steve's another one that I worked with when I was out in California. But yeah, hope everybody's been enjoying the recent episodes. A lot of history there in Prophetstown, a lot of especially Native American history, which is important to understand here in the United States. A lot of times it's sort of a history that gets overlooked a lot, or sort of just brushed, or just barely skim the surface of it. So no, I won't be weaning off the lives. I'm just going to be doing more full episodes here too. I'll probably try to do just as many live streams. I'm not necessarily trying to quit lives. I enjoyed the format. It's different. It's direct interaction. It's like I said before, it's just a interesting change of pace from the 539 experience, although I have done the live stuff over there too. Well, for this particular trip, I'm just going to be going sort of to do the I'm thinking of the wrong states, but the northwestern corner of Ohio. So I'm not going to be heading really so much east as much as north, and so I'm not going to be heading towards the East Coast really. But at some point I will be heading that way. I'm not sure exactly when, but I do have several plans to make it that way. Within the next year or so, I will be out in the Maryland area for sure. So, I'm sure I'll make it out all the way to the west to the East Coast. I mean. Yeah, sorry for the issues. If anybody else is having any issues, let me know. But as far as I can tell on my end, I can see video on both YouTube's side and also my local side. So I know YouTube is receiving the video connection. But yeah, if anybody else is having any issues, let me know. Oh, cool. Yeah, Maryland is a state that I've been to quite a bit. I have some family that lives out in Maryland. I'd love to make it out there again. I've never done anything for the channel, either channel in Maryland, but I'm going to be, like I said, this next time we will be out there doing stuff, including some more family stuff like I did, sort of similar to what I did down in Kentucky, but not the same. But there's a few places out there that are family graveyards from actually a little bit older. I did find out that there was some Revolutionary War veterans in the family, and we were able to, not me, but some other people were able to locate those, and so I might be doing a video documenting that place and a lot more places out there. I have a ton of stuff marked on the map, so. Yeah, I mean, I'll try and hit up as many places as humanly possible while I'm out there. So, yeah, that would be a definite possibility. I've got, like I said, quite a bit marked, and yeah. So I don't know. We'll have to see what all we can accomplish while I'm there. Yeah, I'm almost down for anything. So, like I said, I mean, I'm trying to think numbers-wise. I know I have at least in sort of the New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey area, I know I have at least 20 locations marked, so it should be a really good trip. But I'm not 100% sure on timing is pretty much what it is right now. Yeah, I think from what I understand, my family is German, Irish, French, and Cherokee. That's what I know. So far, at least. I've never done any of the DNA testing or anything like that. Just from knowing different family names and where they come from, and yeah, just recent information that I got about some of the family, or one of the family graveyards out in Maryland. Oh, and actual Midwestern one too, which I might be visiting that as well. But that's, I think, the French one was in the Midwest somewhere here. So I'm always into the tech stuff one way or the other. I'm not doing any tech work, like for money or anything, but I'm always studying technology, messing around with technology. I even have some tech stuff for these streams, possibly, and for for full episodes as well. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Kim. No worries, no worries. I appreciate everything that you've been able to do, and obviously, life happens sometimes, so I can't ever judge anybody for that. So, many thanks for all the support. Charles Evans. Yeah, I'll have to mark that down. I'll look that up here and on the map here. I'll have that, and like I said, probably about 20 plus locations or so, something like that. Oh yeah, I've got a few tech episodes coming up here. I might be putting together some different items to take along with me on the trip to Nevada here. So sort of just doing that, plus like a sort of a tech series on travel tech and things like that. I have a little bit of a different viewpoint, I guess, on travel tech from a lot of people, and probably a lot of YouTubers as well. Especially being from a technology background. So yeah, I'll probably do some instructional stuff on here, and nothing too big. I'm not going to be doing how to build a computer from scratch or anything like that. Although I may be doing sort of like a live stream where we build a small travel computer from scratch, sort of as a backup system and a media system for the road. And then I might be doing another episode around tablet technology and using that in travel and things like that, but more just travel related stuff. And yeah, again, like I said, I might be doing a build live. That's pretty much the only reason I think I'd really do that. Other than that, you could probably look up a build pretty easily on YouTube. That would be really good and teach you just as well as what I could do. So it's more just of a live event type thing. Just can we get it up and running? You never know what type of issues you might run into when you're trying to build a system from scratch. I do have it actually right here though, or the pieces. So these are all our tiny pieces to the tiny little travel PC that we might be building here on, like I said, on one of the upcoming live streams. And we'll be putting it in a little case here with a case fan and some other cooling materials there. And yeah, as we travel on the road, we will be able to basically go into a hotel room and hook up directly to the hotel room's TV and have a gigantic monitor in every single hotel just via this HDMI cable here. And yeah, I just have a tiny little computer the size of my hand that I can do anything from backup memory cards, possibly do live streams, probably unlikely, and at the very least probably do media stuff. Like if I wanted to watch Netflix or something while I'm on the road, I can pop that in the side of the TV and pipe Netflix through the hotel's Wi-Fi connection. So all kinds of different uses for it. And yeah. And I don't think I don't have my tablet on hand, or I'd show you that. I think I've brought that out on the streams before, though. I'm doing several potential upcoming projects with the tablet. One, I'll be doing sort of another type of backup system, something more in the field type of application where I can bring it with me on the trail, and if I feel the need to back up all my memory cards and then reformat everything so that I have even more room to continue filming, I can do that right then and there instead of waiting until I get back to a hotel or something like that. Yeah, the other one, yeah, I did mention that I was going to be installing the tablet. I'm going to be making a system where I'm going to be ripping the radio out of the car. Um, you know, one of the worst things when you're traveling is trying to listen to the radio, and CDs. It's got a CD player in there right now. That's just a dying breed. It's I don't even know if it works anymore, to be honest. I haven't used it in years, and trying to hook up MP3, or not MP3, but doing streaming music basically over the radio using like a Bluetooth adapter is pretty bad audio. So the solution to that would be to directly connect to the audio system and wire in the tablet, and then I could also do, if I have a data connection, I also can do the maps, sort of like a Tesla, have the big map display right there in the dash. Yes, it's a very, very small computer system. It's pretty powerful. It's not the most powerful system that you can get a hold of, but it is decent for what I'm trying to do. So I'll build a drone. I'm confident I could build one. It's very complex software on the other end to sort of have it stabilize itself and then deal with any oncoming breezes or obstacles, things like that. I don't know. Drones would be pretty tough. It's doable though. An RC sort of racing drone would be something that would be pretty easy to start out with, but possibly in the future. I'm not really sure. I'm not huge into drones. I love the idea of filming with drones, so I might be picking one up for the channel later on so that we can get some nice aerial shots here in the future. But other than that, I'm not really sure. Hey there, Ian. Welcome to the live stream. Thanks for joining us tonight. How old is my car? It is, I think it's a 2007, so it's a little bit old, but I'm actually going to be changing a lot of things out on it here, and it's sort of a work in progress itself, so we'll be updating that as well, and then doing some other type of car projects here in the future too. There's going to be a lot of extra content coming on this channel. That's the cool thing, whether it's car projects, whether it's tech projects, travel stuff, all kinds of stuff like that, or the live streams just like this. Why DVD players are well, basically use. It's a dying market. Not many people use them anymore. More people opt out to use services like Netflix, like Amazon Prime, Hulu, YouTube TV, YouTube in general, yeah, they don't feel the need. There's not a high demand for it right now. And if there's people out there that still use the DVDs, they've got, your USB DVD drives, or, depending on the system that you're using, it might be just a dongle, so, or a USB-C is something that you can do as well. There's always a way to put one on there, but in terms of having them built in, it's just, It's becoming obsolete. It's like having a car with a cassette player in it. Somebody out there might use it, but at the same time, it's not worth really putting it in every single car because most people don't use that type of technology anymore. Or CDs are the same way. A lot of cars are starting to not have CD players. It's better off to have some sort of display where you can, just like your tablet or your computer or whatever system you're using, you can log into your Pandora or whatever streaming service that you use and stream unlimited music as opposed to streaming or just playing, a single band and a single CD or something like that. So, there's so many options right now with the streaming services that people are just, the optical technology, optical discs are a dying breed, and they're not even that great for backup. I think magnetic technology is still way more reliable. Hey there, Big Steve. Well, but to argue that though, you could still listen to Nirvana on Apple Music though. You can get your whole, the whole Nirvana discography, and then you don't have to worry about scratches. You don't have to worry about losing it. You don't have to worry about forgetting it at home. There's. But I understand though. It's something to be able to physically hold the disc in your hand. But the real, I think that's the trick of it though, is that by holding the disc in your hand, you think that you own that disc, and really you might own the plastic, but you only technically own a license to play that music, and even that is limited. So like if you have a CD, you can't legally play it to more than like 20 people, otherwise you could get a fine. So like people that like have these huge events and they throw a CD in and play it over a PA to like 150 people, that's 100% illegal. They could get fined so badly, and they have to actually purchase a license even to do that. And you have to let them know when, like, the event's going to be, how many people are going to be there, how many ears you're expecting to hear your music is essentially what you're buying. Yeah, it's good when the cars have the Bluetooth capability built in. A lot more things are coming with that as well. But yeah, I get it. There is something nostalgic, I think, about the physical medium. I think starting out with records, and records still offer fairly superior sound quality comparatively. I think a lot of people assume that newer technology always sounds better, and that's really not been the case. Cassette tapes did not sound better than records. They were not a higher bit rate than records. Neither were CDs. There's a lot of digital audio that is now able to compete, but by far, as far as the physical medium goes, vinyl is superior, 100%. And there's no arguing it. It delivers a far superior range of sound. And there's lots of people that have a full system, have a subwoofer, have a surround system, and then they have their turntable powering that, because you're going to get better bass, you're going to get better trebles, you're going to get clearer audio. It's going to sound better. Unless you switch over to like something like lossless MP3 technology. So, yeah, the idea that even MP3s do not sound better than CDs. If you were to put it comparatively, now today, it's a lot better. The compression's better. Everything's a little bit, the technology has obviously gotten a lot better over time. But 5-10 years ago, if you were to compare like an MP3 recording to a CD recording, the CD would sound much better. You wouldn't even want to listen to the MP3 after you listen to the CD, because it would just sound distorted to your ears. So, hey there, Agnes. Hey, thanks for joining us, Debbie. You have a good night. Appreciate you being here. Same to you, Ian. You have a good night. Or a good day, I guess. I forget that as we're ending our day, you're beginning yours. Oh, I'm in my 30s, John. We'll put it that way. MP3s. Oh yeah, there's been a lot of crazy, diverse, weird audio technology over the years. We had 8 tracks for a while, and obviously cassette tapes were pretty wildly obviously 8-track was too, but I think a lot of people will forget about that one. And then my generation, I think the one we forgot about is mini disc. It was like a brief fad where everybody had mini disc players, and then no one has mini disc players anymore. They still sell iPods, oddly. But yeah, it's kind of a weird, because your phone's an iPod now, whether it's Android or whatever it is, most people have a smartphone. Even the few flip phones that are still on the market out there, a lot of them still use the same flip or smartphone technology, so you can still load your MP3s on there. But I mean, I guess there is some use case for iPods still. I never had my own mini disc player, no. Reel to reel? Oh, like old film? I've never done that. I would love to do some 8mm film at some point to make like a straight from film to video vlog. Not vlog really, but some sort of travel episode. I can't. It would be so much work though, because syncing audio from a hand cranked film video camera would be really rough, especially also being handheld. Yeah, VHS and Betamax. Which, I mean, that was really more a market war than anything. I believe Betamax technically has higher quality, I think. I actually have a Betamax player directly behind me. I think the chair's blocking it out. Yeah, you can kind of see the silver thing through the arms of the chair. Right here is the Betamax player. And it still works, still turns on to this day. I had it on a couple months ago just to make sure it was still playing. And I have a decent amount of things, including an old television appearance that I did many, many years ago, is saved on Betamax just a couple feet this way. So maybe at some point, if we can pipe in the Betamax player to the stream, once I upgrade, I'm hoping to maybe upgrade computers again later on this year. And once I do that, I might not figure out, I know how, but we'll maybe get the equipment necessary to pipe in the Betamax player to the streams and literally maybe stream. It just depends on the copyright. If it's copyrighted content, then potentially I might be able to, or not be able to do it. Yeah, maybe one day here. I think I've talked about it before on streams. Just some local television programming. So, but anyway, yeah, nothing high quality, I assure you. But yeah, I thought it might be interesting at some point at least. But we'll see. I'm not sure exactly on time frame on that one, so no promises. Hey there, excuse me, wow. Luis? Good to have you. Oh, reel-to-reel music recorder. Yeah, I've never really worked with any sort of professional magnetic music recording technology. I would love to try it sometime. Fayetteville, like, no, I've never been to any graveyards out there, but I would love to. I'm sure there'd be some pretty historic stuff out there. No worries, Steve. Oh, yeah, some smoked turkey sounds good. Smoked anything is good. I love smoking things. Well, I've never actually personally smoked things, but I love eating them. I would love to actually try it. I want to really get a smoker. It's been something I've been wanting to get for a while. But I guess I've sort of semi-smoked stuff on the grill. But yeah, it sounds pretty amazing. I have no plans at this point in terms of how long I'm going to be on. Thanks for joining us, Kim. Have a good night yourself, and good luck at school and work. Yeah, I used to put, when I would grill, I would put like a little not tin foil, but aluminum foil thing of either mesquite or hickory chips on the grill, and I would just set it on the back and let them heat up and kind of ignite a little bit, and then you get a little bit of that smoke in there. I really like it. But I would love to get a legit smoker and actually have the smoke chamber and have all indirect heat. That would be something I would like to get here soon. Absolutely. I would love to do some barbecue. Yeah, that's definitely something I'm a fan of. Barbecuing, cooking out, grilling, all that good stuff. Absolutely. Good night, Ken. Good to have you. We'll see you in the next one, hopefully. Yeah, I would love to start doing some more food-related stuff. Probably here on the second channel for sure. But, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of rough with my current setup to really do anything food-related, but I'm going to be trying to work it in here in the future. It'll get a little bit easier as things go. Should be able to. Hopefully, once 2020 hits here, we'll be doing a lot more. Am I still single? Yeah, still rocking the single life. But I enjoy it. I do it by choice, really. I'm not out there looking for any type of relationship or anything right now. I'm just kind of cool being me. So I'll roam around, meet as many people as possible, and who knows, maybe sometime in the future. I really don't know. I'm not really pushing anything on that end, though. I'm just seeing where life brings me. I'm a leaf on the wind, as they say. Cooking with 539. There we go. Yeah, absolutely. I would love to do, like I said, a lot more food content. That'd be cool. What's my zodiac sign? I really don't know. I've been told it before, but then I've heard that they changed too. So I don't really know what mine would have changed to. I haven't really kept up on any of it. But I mean, it's kind of interesting sometimes to see. I'm not really sure that I'm sold on all of it, but at the same time, I think it's fun to, to look at it. But I'm definitely not ever in the newspaper or whatever. If anybody still reads newspapers, I don't even know. But I'm not ever like looking it up online, my daily horoscope or anything like that. So. Yeah, I think it's a good way to be, Jay. And Agnes, yeah. Nothing wrong with being single, and I don't think there's anything wrong with being happy with it either. It's. I think too many times people looked at you like if you're single, that something's wrong, or maybe you just or you were in a relationship and then broke up with somebody or whatever, and it's just like, to me, it's not about all of that. I don't look at it in those terms. Maybe I'm the one that's just out there. I don't know, but yeah, I feel like if I'm, to me, I don't know. I don't want to like step on anybody's toes with what I'm saying either. But for me personally, I don't really look for it. If it comes, it comes. If I meet somebody, I meet somebody. But other than that, I'm not worried about it. I'm not pining for it. I'm not, actively searching for it. I'm not going places to meet people just for that purpose. So it is what it is, and I think there should, at the very least, I'm not insulting anybody out there that wants to be in a relationship or wants to be in a committed relationship. I think that's really cool too, and I definitely am happy for my friends when they're in committed relationships or if they decide to get married or whatever the case may be. But at the same time, I hope for the world that there are more people that choose to just be single and happy, because I feel like there's something wrong about so many people thinking that they just have to do it because that's just the way things are. I don't think people are happy when they just do it because they think that's the nature of things. You have to grow up, get married, have a family, do things at your own pace, do what you want to do, have fun. It's your life, Any Virginia cemeteries? No, not that I can recall. I've been to Virginia a lot. I had a lot of fun adventures in Virginia, but most of my Virginia adventures were on the Navy base. I had a friend that was in the Navy, and I got to tour through, I think, the largest aircraft carrier in the world. I think it was. Which is, I believe, oddly called the USS Enterprise, or the U.S. Enterprise. I don't know how they name Navy ships. I think it is the USS, but not that Enterprise, our Enterprise. But it is huge, and it was pretty much a city inside of a boat. Not a boat, a ship. Sorry. Don't hurt me, Navy people. I know it's a ship, it's not a boat. It's a ship, it's not a boat. But at any rate, it was huge. It was a city. It was pretty much a city, not a ship. It was a city with an airport on top of it. Oh, I don't know. That's just what I heard. That was a big thing in like the news a couple of years ago that I think they said that all the signs were like rotating by like one, like I don't know which direction, but it was something to do with they were counting for the lost days because our calendar system isn't 100% accurate. It doesn't take exactly 365 days to go around the sun, so they sort of said that in the last so many years we've lost this many days, and so all I know is that it was huge, and it was like on like every news channel that everybody's horoscope sign and was going to be changing. I don't even know why they. Again, I don't know anything about it really, or much about it, I should say, and it seemed to be a big deal at the time. But again, yeah, I've heard at the same time a lot of people out there that say that it's complete BS and that they didn't change and it's all the same. But I honestly don't claim to know much about it. Oh, that's awesome, Luis. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know any. That's cool. Am I missing things? Sorry. Sorry, I did miss one of your other questions, Luis. October, so next month. Yeah, there is sort of a high stigma of being single, which is kind of, like I said, it's kind of a dumb stigma too. I don't understand it really. But I think, again, it's just that old push, you know. It's sort of some of that weird old 1950s mentality, you know, or 1950s and back, I guess. It pretty much was always our mentality. You know, you grow up, you turn a certain age, you get married, you have kids. You know, it's people like habit, you know. We're creatures of habit, and we get uncomfortable when things don't follow certain, you know, repetitive patterns. And that's us as a society. So anytime there's somebody different out there, somebody that chooses to live differently, looks differently, sounds differently, whatever it might be, you know, there's always going to be some pushback and always going to be some people that are scared of it. So it is what it is. Oh, VA, like veterans. Okay. I thought you meant Virginia. I know I have a few marked on the map. I don't remember if I've been to any specifically VA-run cemeteries that I can remember. Maybe one, but I do have one marked on the map, I know for sure, because it did actually say it was run by the VA. So in the future, there will be some episodes of those. But again, I do want to emphasize, I am not in to the 539 YouTube channel to do like, I mean, they are historic places, and I do enjoy going there and visiting them. There's lots of cool architecture, lots of cool history there. But you know, it's not just a cemetery exploration channel. It is a urban exploration and adventure travel series. You know, like I've done everything from art installations in the desert to abandoned mines to, you know, crazy trails leading up the side of mountains. You know, so it's a real wide variety of content. I know I for a long time I did a pretty heavy streak of the graveyards and cemeteries and things like that. But I do want to emphasize that there is a real wide variety of content on 539. So, but that's just my piece. I don't really mind whatever you guys like to watch. That's cool. I'm always probably going to be putting out content like that. I'm not intending to quit at any point, but at the same time, there will be different rates of frequency depending on the time. It just depends on what's in the area, where I'm going, you know, so. Oh, okay, John. Well, thank you very much. And yeah, we will actually be doing it. I can assure you of that. And a lot of I like to do the war memorials and things like that. So I got a few really amazing ones coming up here, including one. I found one on a nearby island, a fairly large one. I think it's something like 200 plus feet tall, and it's on an island. So I may be taking a trip to that here pretty soon. I'm hoping to get there before the winter season. I think it'd be a lot better. I think a lot easier as well. The island I always knew about. I just looked it up to see if there was anything interesting to film on it recently, and found it. but I had always known about the island. I've done some different island traveling in the past, and so it was something that I was always interested in, and it just kind of popped up along the way in my research, but years and years ago. How far have I gone from home? Oh, I mean, thousands and thousands and thousands of miles. I mean, I think calculated out last year, it was at least a 5,000 mile round trip that we took out west. Unfortunately, the episodes did not mirror that as much as possible, but like I said, it was one of the it was the first time that I've been that far out west, and so some of it was, again, me just taking in that for the first time. Thank you, Luis. Oh, and thank you, Emmy. I appreciate that. The happy birthday wish. Oh yeah, for sure. I will be doing some more places where I do some more in-depth history on the places, including some of the upcoming videos. We will be visiting a few war memorials here coming up, and yeah, we'll be going a little bit more into the history of that, and like I said, future plans as well. I do want to get more detailed on stuff like that as well, so for sure. Yeah, I love different aspects of history, especially the stuff that you don't hear about very often. I love diving into the sides of, like I said, history that you don't really see in your history books at school, and some stuff that maybe might even be inaccurate about our history books. Oddly, especially in the United States, there are quite a few inaccuracies. Some of them oddly make no sense. It's not like there's any politics or anything around them. Sort of like the light bulb. Not invented by Thomas Edison. Widely characterized as being invented by him. However, not at all. And we're content to put that in our history books for some reason, even though it's not like it's a political thing. There's no lean to it. There's no any aspect to it other than just accepting life's little inaccuracies as being complete and utter truth. So I really don't understand it, but yeah, there's a lot of weird inaccuracies in our history books, and so I like to sort of do stuff like that and go to places that were technically a part of or a big part of history, but don't necessarily get brought up very much. Hey there, Dory. Welcome to the live stream. Good to have you. Am I ever coming to Missouri? Absolutely. At some point I'll be in Missouri. I don't know when. I've been sort of halfway planning things out here on a Missouri trip for a while. Thus far, they haven't really worked out how I've wanted them to. But at the same time, I'm not trying to put things on hold on purpose. It just was one of those things that didn't work out. But again, it will happen at some point. So thank you very much, Emmy. Sure, if you want to. You guys can call me what you want. I don't really mind. Usually I go by Matt, but honestly, I'm easygoing when it comes to stuff like that, so, whatever makes you happy. But many thanks for coming and hanging out with us. Appreciate it very much. And I hope you have a really great night. Absolutely, Dory. Yeah. Well, I guess one could argue that they never taught history in schools anyway. I guess so. Maybe we can finally start, or if not, we'll just we'll teach everybody here on YouTube. I'm not bragging like I'm the world's leading historian by any means. I do my best. I would like to have my cousin on. I do have a cousin, oddly, that is a historian. Was a professor of history at the University of Michigan for many, many years. I think at the University of Michigan. I hate to say that because that's another no-no. You don't want to mess up the Michigans. This is the command center. It is just my office space / streaming area as well as editing area. So I also do my editing right here. I believe either on Twitter or Instagram I put up a picture actually facing this way so y'all can see my setup. I do have a little dual screen, I don't know why I freaked myself out. I think I was saying it the wrong way. But I've got a little 2-monitor setup here with an adjustable desktop where I'm standing right now, but I can hit my button over here and as you guys can see, it's going down. So I've got an adjustable desk. If I decide I want to stand up and edit, I can stand up and edit. If I want to sit down and edit, I can sit down and edit. Or if I want to sort of oddly crouch, I can probably do that too, although that would be really uncomfortable. But at the same time, it kind of is. It's a fun little setup. Yes, if you ever heard me referencing waiting till I go back to the command center to see if I can see something or capture something in editing or hear something, this is the command center that I am referring to. It is the place where everything happens. All the behind-the-scenes work, all the streaming. Well, not all the streaming. Obviously, I do streaming on location as well. What part of Missouri? I'm not really sure. I have a few locations that I have marked out, but I don't remember what part they're in. Thank you, Dory. I appreciate that. Who did I take with me on my last trip? Absolutely no one. I climbed all the mountains by myself. Well, not mountains. The Prophet's Rock by myself. Hiked all alone. Stayed by myself. I'm pretty used to it. I was by myself last year too, except for when I was in California. When I was in California, I stayed for a week with my friend Ryan, not to be confused with Ryan from RJ32, the channel that I worked with in Idaho. If you guys haven't seen those videos, make sure you check those out. The abandoned hotel in Idaho, really famous abandoned hotel in Beale, Idaho. I did with Ryan from RJ32, and not that Ryan though. I also have a friend named Ryan that lives in San Francisco, and so I stayed for a week in San Francisco. I'm trying to remember. I think there's a video where I was in the desert, and me and Xavier explored a few different abandoned locations and art installations, including a giant beer can. And at the end of that, I can't remember. It's either that or one of the Idaho episodes. I actually have a clip from me climbing the sort of hillside, sort of cliffside of the Golden Gate Bridge. So it's the one sort of California episode from the actual West Coast. I also have several episodes that I did with Big Steve at a couple of the graveyards or cemeteries there in not San Francisco, but in the Bay Area. You might need to restart the stream, Agnes. It looks good on my end. I'm not seeing anybody else having any issues. Yeah, I went to school for computer science, but nothing really impressive. But I wasn't really a big school person, honestly. I didn't have the best of experience. Yeah, Hayward was the city. That's a city along the bay there. There's quite a few of them, kind of crammed together there, all around the San Francisco Bay. And Hayward is one of them. And yeah, I think it was the second cemetery that we went to was the official Hayward Cemetery. Who do I want to collab with? I mean, obviously, there's a few different channels that I'll be working with when I go out west again. I mean, I would love to work with any of the channels that I've worked with before. In terms of people that I haven't worked with, I hate to start naming names now when I know I'm going to leave out a few people. But obviously, as previously mentioned in the stream, I would love to work with Michael Scott, and that might be happening here. I'm trying to think if there's anybody. I'm having problems remembering channel names right now. I know there's quite a few. I don't want to give too many away because I'm going to start giving away people that I actually am going to be working with here pretty soon. So I'm trying to skirt around that as well. What do I do for a living? I'm a photographer as well as I used to work in information technology. I really don't anymore. Oh, really, Dory? That's that's interesting. It's kind of quite of a coincidence that you watched the channel, and maybe that's how you found the channel. I don't really know. I would love to work with the proper people sometime. I don't know that they actually know anything about me. I've left a few nice comments on their videos back in the day, but I do occasionally watch. I know they've been in the area quite a bit, actually. Not as in the exact area, but I know they were, I think, in Detroit and Cincinnati recently, and those are about 4 hours from me. Hey there, Jen. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, it'll be something. Again, I've never heard from them. I don't know if they know who I am, but that'd be cool for sure. Absolutely. I mean, there's lots of good exploring channels, travel channels out there that I would love to work with. I mean, lots of non-travel channels that I would love to work with. I'm pretty friendly, pretty easy to get along with. I'd pretty much work with almost anybody. I don't know a lot of local channels, unfortunately. I've heard about a few recently. Some of them, I don't know if they, again, know or care. Some of them are bigger than me. Some of them are smaller than me. Some of them, I don't know, they're about the same size. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, well, thank you, Dory. I appreciate that. Yeah, honestly, that would probably be a lot easier than me saying anything. If people see that their fans want something, then for sure they're going to listen more than, just a random stranger saying, hey, let's work together sometime. So, yeah, I appreciate it, for sure. Hey there, Manya. Welcome. Good to have you. Yeah, again, apologize about the camera. Having a few issues with some sort of buffering issue. It's just running away. That's the wrong term to use, but when I'm using the iPhone as the camera for the live stream that I'm transmitting from my computer, it's like the video is getting backed up. There's some bottleneck somewhere, and it's slowing down the video to the point where either the video or the audio is catching up by the end of the night. So it's like the audio is way, way off, like by seconds. Like it looks like a really bad dubbing in a movie. I appreciate that. I guess I hope that they've heard of me, at least in passing. You know, I mean, I'm not one to brag, but I don't have. I'm not a small channel for sure. I'm not large, but like I'm definitely doing decent on views. I've definitely had some videos out there with a lot of views, and so I mean, I guess if they're at all watching content, which I mean, maybe they're too busy to. You never know. It's hard to sometimes go out there and watch stuff. I'm guilty myself. Like I do watch YouTube as much as I can, and I love it, and I like it a lot more than TV. But at the same time, obviously I get behind myself sometimes, and there's occasionally some people that I'm just like, oh, who's that? Awesome, Jen. Yeah, that's good to know. I can never trust. I've got the YouTube dashboard up here so that I can see, and it pretty much tells me I'm doing bad all the time. Not my channels, obviously, but the live streams. And then occasionally it'll pop up and say that it's a really good quality stream, so I can never really trust it, but I really don't know. Well, thank you. Yeah, I get that. That's probably one of my more common comments. I mean, maybe I need to do like a ASMR channel or something, or like a late night call-in show. They suspended you. YouTube did? Like your account? Yeah, it showed me buffering too on my end. I don't really. Hopefully that's not something that's gonna be happening more often. It is a Saturday night, so who knows what the local internet's gonna be like. I don't know. No promises. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Sometimes there's mistakes that happen. I'll be honest. My videos get flagged sometimes. They get demonetized. Almost 100% of the time, if I get a manual review, which I understand that's not necessarily available to everybody else out there, but if I ask for a manual review, then usually it gets corrected within a few minutes. But at the same time, it happens to everybody, unfortunately. Oh yeah, I always follow the guidelines for sure. But there's certain trigger words that YouTube will jump on. So why? It's hard to tell sometimes. Sometimes it's certain trigger words, whether it's stuff that you say during the video or words in your description or in your title, stuff like that. Like I've heard, I don't honestly know, I don't think I've ever had problems, but I've heard if you type war memorial that because you've typed war that they'll demonetize you, but I don't know that I've ever actually had to remonetize a war memorial video. And I've used the word quite a few times. But then again, sometimes it happens to some people and it doesn't happen to other people. Hey there, Aaron. Welcome. Good to have you. Just chilling here at the command center. Not doing any traveling tonight. Hopefully I'm traveling tomorrow, though, for sure. But I've got a lot of episodes that I'm still working on, so there's There's going to be another episode out tomorrow too. And then we're going to go back to the normal schedule. I was trying to do a little bit of catch up and do a bunch in a row because I know I took a break on you guys for a while, and everybody was kind of wondering what was going on. When was there going to be new content? And I think it was a full week. I want to say a full week. And so I think we've done 4 in a row now. And so tomorrow will make 5, I think. So that's the plan. Yeah, so I've got that in the works right now, and we still got several other episodes after that come from the area. Good mix of stuff, so we'll be doing some non-graveyard type stuff, as well as probably ending up on another cemetery episode with a few more mausoleums and some more interesting surprises. Yeah. Definitely ran into some people in the woods last time too. I'll leave it for the episode for the details, but I did have not a bad encounter, but I did have a surprise encounter for sure. Hey there, Todd. Welcome to the live stream. Good to have you. Yeah, the plans are getting huge. Yeah, I need to do a full episode. I've been meaning to actually do a full episode at some point, but I always plan to do it, and then I never get around to it. But yeah, I mean, the money trees have pretty much doubled in size. The Monstera back there has pretty much doubled in size. I think I'm kind of blocking that one. I wonder if I can move. You can kind of see there's a Swiss cheese Monstera back there, which is basically a massive philodendron. It'll get a bunch bigger as well. I'm hoping that it'll kind of take over the flag a little bit. And then some of the smaller philodendrons and pothos have gotten pretty long. I'd show you with, unfortunately, if I had my other camera hooked up tonight, I'd be able to show you a little bit easier. But I had a vine right here on this table here. Well, it's still there. It's right here. And I had cut it a little bit ago, and it's already gotten back to exactly where it is. I need to cut it before it hits the floor here. I don't want it to drag on the floor. But yeah, everything's getting huge. I've only had a few cases of bad luck. Most things are surviving pretty well. I had a little bit of bad luck with one of the aloe plants, and I had to... I don't know if I'm actually going to lose it, though. I just kind of cut it up into sections and replanted it all, so I'm hoping that that's going to work. But number one place I want to explore, I really don't know. I have a lot of cool road trips that I want to do. I just don't know necessarily how to make them. I'd like to make some, more episodes that were more around the road trip than necessarily sort of about the destination, but then about the travel there. But I don't want to make it just like a food show or like a destination type show where it's all about one little town. Or I'm not really sure of the format yet. I know there's a lot of road trip format videos out there, so there's a lot of cool stuff to go off of, but I kind of wanted to make it my own. And so even though I've watched a lot of the road trip series on different travel channels and different things like that, I kind of want to do something different. And I think I have a few ideas, but so more a content type than a specific destination. But Europe would be one that I'd like to do. Everywhere. I can't think of anywhere I don't want to go. Everywhere is on the list. Europe, Asia, Australia, New Zealand. I want to go to Antarctica. I'd like to make it to the Arctic. I like to drive to the Arctic, which is possible completely. You can get to the Arctic in Alaska. So I'd also like to take a road trip to Alaska. That's the one of the next really big road trips. Is I'd like to just drive all the way to Alaska. So, and then straight through Alaska, and then I'd have to do it in the summer or spring, and then go on up into the Arctic. So, I mean, there's that. Canada again. All the states that I haven't been to yet. Lots of New England, Maine, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Hampshire, Hawaii, which is not in New England, and I do know that. I'm just naming that next. Texas, obviously. Texas is a big one. Lots of crazy places there. Lots of wide open spaces. Yeah. Yeah, got a few islands, like I've said. Moscow 3 times. That'd be cool. I'd love to go to Russia. There's a Moscow, Indiana. I was actually there not too long ago. Not that it has anything to do with it. We just have weird names. We have all kinds of crazy. There's Moscow, and then there's Moscowville, I think. Night, John. Thanks for joining us. Good to have you. Yeah, I would love to do Washington, too. Yeah, again, I can't think of any place I wouldn't like to do. Unfortunately, I would love to do like a South American road trip. It's pretty difficult because there's about 100-mile stretch in Central America that there's no roads, so you can't just drive straight through. I don't really know. I've seen a few people do workarounds. I think one of them is to ship your car around the area and then back to the roads in South America, and then you're pretty much cool from there because it's just major highways. It's pretty not very much different from what you see here. Did I enjoy my trip? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Gonna be going out on another one here soon. It was good to get back out on the road, even though it was just a overnight trip. Went there, did a little bit of filming the night before, got up, did a lot of filming the next day, and then headed back to the command center. But it was a really cool trip. Saw a lot of interesting things, and I got a lot of content. Considering the small amount of time that I actually spent out there, and actually got a lot more stuff. I'm probably going to be going back that way at some point too. Equatorial living sound. Well, I actually had a friend that was just in Mexico, and he said it was pretty intense, especially when you get the humidity. And I mean, Mexico's still a good distance from the equator, so I don't know. I've also had a friend years ago that actually went to Ecuador, and so he was literally at the equator. So, and he said that was crazy humid and hot. Like, I don't know. I would start out with the southernmost point that you can get to, and then work from there and see if you actually are down for equatorial living. I don't know, maybe, but I've heard it's rough. I heard it's really rough. I know I've lived through 120-degree, 99% humidity weather, and that was really bad. And I think that's kind of close to your everyday. So if you love humidity, if you don't like humidity, I would recommend the desert. Hey there, Carol. Good to have you. Thanks for saying hi. Appreciate it. But I don't know. I would try it for sure. It is definitely a goal to go to the rainforest to check all that out. I mean, there's so many crazy things. There's so many, depending on the rainforest that you're in, especially South America. Obviously, rainforest is a term for something that you can find in a lot of places, including North America too. But I would love to go down to the Amazon. I would love to visit some of the Mexican areas as well. There's a lot of crazy forests there. I'm sure it's actually rainforest as well, but jungle type environment, and the different ruins. I would love to visit some of the Mayan ruins and things like that. Yeah, oh yeah, I love the desert. Yeah. I mean, I've been through the Nevada desert, through the Utah desert. It's all awesome. It's pretty cool. I like it a lot. I'm going to be hopefully headed in a completely different direction this time when I go out. So I'm going to be taking not Route 66, but that direction. I'll be running alongside Route 66. So we'll be hitting different states, including, I think, let's see, Missouri. I think it hits through Kansas. I want to say Oklahoma, part of Texas, the northern part of Texas, the little, you know what I'm talking about. That part of Texas, the thinnest part of Texas you can go through, is pretty much what it goes through, and that's what I'll hit on the way out at the very least. Maybe on the way back I might explore it a little bit more. I actually have a surprise video I'm going to be doing. I can't say anything about it, not a thing, for a very specific reason, and you guys will know later whether it worked or not. Will probably drastically change a lot of things, but not the content on the channel, but but there will be sort of a surprise, sort of not really off topic, but something that we definitely have never ever done before on the 539 channel, and it should be very, very exciting. So, oh yeah, I guess for some reason when I think Panhandle, I just think Florida, but I guess that makes sense. Yeah, that would be the Panhandle too. So yeah, the Texas Panhandle. So I guess that means that Oklahoma has a Panhandle too, right? Then, yeah. No problem, Magnus. See you in a bit. Getting married? No, absolutely not. So yeah, and then of course Arizona, I think is in the Arizona, and then there might be one that I'm missing. Obviously Nevada will be where I end that leg of the trip. Just that leg of the trip, though. Nevada will not be the end. I will be spending about, I think, 3 or 4 days in the Nevada area, not necessarily Las Vegas. I will be spending probably a few days in Vegas, and then a few of us will be heading actually out of town to another location in Nevada, and we'll be doing some filming at that location. I'm not sure exactly what all kinds of filming we're going to be doing. It should be pretty wide variety, from abandoned stuff, some maybe not, sort of loosely Area 51 related. We will not be storming Area 51. We will not be going anywhere near the gates. We may go around the outside area and try to do just some general UFO hunting stuff, fun stuff like that. But and then obviously I'll be doing some more historic stuff too along the way, and maybe I'll talk Xavier into taking me to a few cool little graveyards too. Who knows? You're going to stay where you are, Monty? Well, I'm happy to bring you along with me vicariously. Virginia Cities cemetery. Yeah, I'll have to check that out as well sometime. Have I ever thought about traveling with a dog? I could see how it would be helpful at certain points. I have no plans. I have had pets in the past. At this point, it's not a commitment that I'm willing to make. However, I could definitely see how that'd be cool, but yeah, not in the foreseeable future, we'll say. But yeah, and I love animals though, for sure. I mean, not to say I wouldn't be willing to do some sort of animal-related content. I don't really know though. I couldn't think of anything offhand. Yeah, other than that right there, just bringing like a dog with you or something. But yeah, no plans. I might be missing a few things. Okay, never mind. I think I'm caught up. So yeah. I think if there's anything, I feel like I'm always saying the sentence, but wanting to figure out if there's anything that I haven't told you guys that I need to update you on. Am I still planning to move to California? Potentially. I don't know. I'm not really looking at buying any sort of home or anything like that at any point soon, so I really don't know. Again, I just kind of want to float around for a while. I'm happy with the space I have, and it's cheap and easy to maintain, and I can travel a lot, and so I don't know. Maybe at some point in the future. I would like to have, I don't know, I kind of at this point would like to, as opposed to having like a dream where I have like a big home someday, I would love to have a lot of smaller places around the country so that I could just sort of travel around and live one place for a while, live another place for a while. I don't know. Yeah, it's just a weird setup. I'm reading all of your chats down here, and my camera's up here. I'm used to having the camera kind of at a different level. This is a different setup for me. It's a little bit of takes a little bit of getting used to for me right now too, because I'm sort of downgrading to my old setup. So yeah, I gotta get used to looking at the right spot so it doesn't look like I'm like closing my eyes. But yeah, all of you guys are way up here, and then the chat's over here, so it's like I can't actually, since it's above my screen, the camera, I can't actually put my chat up that high, so no matter what, every time I'm reading the chat, I'm going to look like I'm tired because I'm looking down, so it's going to look like my eyes are partially closed. But as far as blurry, let me see. I'm transmitting pretty high. I should be transmitting at 1080p. I'm transmitting at nearly 5,000K a second. So that should be approximately, it could drop in between. So I don't know. You might refresh if it doesn't work. I don't know. Who knows? Beats me. Sometimes I don't know, but YouTube's not really liking it. But I have a hard time getting YouTube to like any of my settings, so I'm not really sure. I might have to work on that. But something fell. I don't really know. No, not tired or high. Just different camera, different night. Like I said, normally the camera would be about 1.5 feet lower. So, and then it works out perfectly because you guys are on this, your chat levels on the same place. It's a camera trick. I don't think I could talk very well either way, so I'd say I'm doing okay at this point to not be messed up or too tired. So California is expensive to live. House prices are about 3 to 4 times what they are here. So I don't know. Maybe I'll just make the YouTube community of the Midwest. I'll just have to invent the Midwest Hollywood right here and attract people here. So if everybody just wants to move closer to me, we can all make content here and do it that way. And then we can all live in mansions for way cheaper. We could just all buy one together. I mean, it literally is so much cheaper to live here. I mean, amazingly cheaper. And a camper, that'd be fun. I would love to do that sometime. But campers are pretty expensive too, honestly. And then you have to have something that's capable of towing it. I could probably tow a small one. Hey there, Savannah. Doing well. Hope you're doing well too. Hey there, Pam. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, glad you guys are stopping in to say hi. Thank you very much. Yeah, maybe one day. We'll see. I don't know. I don't think I'd ever build like a traditional mansion. I'd have to build like a compound or something. I'd probably get like a... You can actually buy... I don't know how many of them are for sale and how much they're usually pretty expensive, I believe. But you can actually buy abandoned missile silos, and then you can turn them into homes. There's actually been a few people fairly close, within a few hours of me. I would love to get a tour of one sometime and actually have it on the channel. And then there's actually one not too far away that actually has not been renovated ever. It's partially flooded, and it's just sitting in the middle of a field. It's probably like I want to say it's like 150 feet deep missile silo. Has like blast doors and all kinds of interesting stuff. So I would love to go visit that too. Fun nightlife? It depends on what you want to do. I mean, there's a lot of bigger towns though. So like Indianapolis is huge. There's pretty much anything that you could find anywhere. To a certain extent. I mean, obviously it's Indiana. So, I mean, look into that as you may, you know. It's Indiana, so it's going to be different. It's not California. But at the same time, you know, you're going to have your clubs, you're going to have your bars, you're going to have your 24-hour restaurants. But then, you know, of course it is cold part of the year. But again, you know, you got places like Chicago where, you know, it's cold. Toronto, it's cold, but it's still a bustling city. It's still got all kinds of stuff to do. So, yeah, I don't know. Well, I'm sure you could come up with something. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, there's decent things to do here. If you look hard enough, obviously it depends on the person too. It depends on what you like, you know. But you know, when you get out in the country, obviously it's gonna get a lot harder. You know, the farther away from the big cities you are, the less likely you're gonna find anything to do. And yeah, once you get a certain distance away, pretty much everything closes early too. So if you're outside of the few major cities, almost everything is going to close around 8 o'clock at night. So, you know, good luck, unless it's a gas station. But even some of those do too. Oh, I see. You just wanted to do this stuff. You don't want to get caught. Well, there you go. All those, yeah. That's your advice then. Just don't get caught. But I mean, Your other alternative is just go over a state border where it's legal. It's the U.S. You can go 3 hours in any direction and be in a state where something that wasn't legal in the state that you were in is now legal. So it's a weird place, who knows. Will this be my permanent career? I would like to think that it's going to be a big part of it. It's definitely looking that way. It's becoming a bigger and bigger part of my life, a bigger and part of my business. And I mean, there's always going to be other stuff that I'm doing. I never want to have just one. Even in social media, obviously, I do Instagram, I do YouTube, I do all kinds of stuff. But yeah, I mean, I already think of myself a lot like that. I already consider myself more of a YouTuber than anything else. I spend much more time concentrating on it than pretty much anything else. So, for sure, absolutely. It just depends on where you are in Indiana. It's a pretty diverse place, to be perfectly honest. You can read into that however you want, from whatever angle, but in terms of just the people alone and the places alone, it is a fairly diverse place, and you can find different things to do, different, from wild places to your cities. Like I said, Indianapolis is huge. It's very much a big city and has a lot of big city things. Yeah, but yeah, at the same time, you can find a lot of farmland, you can find a lot of forest, you can find some sand dunes if you want, But TV too, yeah, that'd be fun. I would love to do a TV show sometime. Molly McGregor. Okay. Legalized marijuana. In January, I did not know that. Cool. Yeah, almost kind of weird that it isn't in Indiana. I think we're almost surrounded now. Do I like campfires? Absolutely. Campfires are awesome. Oh, your finger slip. I thought you meant my finger slip. I thought you meant like I accidentally flicked the camera off or something. It's being very religious? Absolutely. The Midwest. I wouldn't consider myself a very religious person, but yeah. To a degree. Again, it depends on where you go, like any place. The bigger cities are and they aren't. They're bigger cities, so, I think by nature they're going to have a far more diverse crowd of people. Medical and recreation. Oh, cool. Yeah, in Canada. Yeah, I'm sure we'll head that way at some point. It seems like at this point the only logical next step is that the entire country will at some point go there. We have a lot of states that have some level. Do I? I don't know. I follow the laws in the area I'm in. But I'm not anti-greenery. In Pittsburgh, but nowhere else. That's weird. I didn't know. I wondered that the other day. I was like, I wonder if cities could individually do it, which would make sense because, well, not make sense. But I would assume that would be a road to full legalization too. If certain cities became sort of safe havens, Well, I think there's a lot of benefits for legality, whether it's medical research or, the lack of stigma, protection in the workplace, things like that. I mean, yeah, I don't know. But I don't necessarily, I don't know. We'll leave it there. Matthew Fox, hey, good to have you. Huh. That's very interesting, Aaron. Yeah, I would never have thought about that. Well, I mean, like I said, I had pondered whether individual cities would, but not like that. Oh, decriminalization. Okay, yeah. Well, that's not necessarily bad. It's like a parking ticket. It's not criminal. It's just a citation. Oh, give me some. I don't know. We'll see. I didn't know they had that in Missouri. I would totally do a podcast with guests if I could find any other YouTubers in this area that actually wanted to work together. I don't know what it is about Midwestern YouTubers, but they just don't contact each other. There's no... I mean, unless... with the exception of people who knew each other before YouTube. There are a few groups of Midwestern YouTubers who work together, but usually it's because they knew each other before YouTube. It is surprisingly difficult. I had, oddly, a lot easier time with my current friends, my current group of friends. They were very welcoming, very nice. I made a lot of great friends around the country, in Nevada, Idaho, California. So far, nobody here wants to be friends. I don't know what it is. I've reached out a couple times to a few people. There's been a few people where it just hasn't worked out. There's been a few people that technically are closer but are a little bit too far out of distance. Sort of like with Urbex Dane, good guy. Never worked out with him so far. Would totally work with him in the future, but in terms of distance, it's still like 12 hours away, Although he occasionally makes it fairly close to me. But I think technically he's operating out of New Jersey, which is like 12 hours away from me, or 10 hours away, something like that. 10 hours. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Molly. Well, definitely, yeah. I'm sure that would be a good use case for something like the medical, Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, I try to tell everybody I'm more just looking out for my YouTube channel than anything else. I assure you that nothing is really awkward for me. As many of the people that have met me actually in person would tell you. But unfortunately, I have not done too many meet and greets. Only one so far. And other than that, I've only met YouTubers, so you'll just have to take my word for it. I definitely will think twice about what I say on the channels, but it doesn't bother me. Say whatever you want. It's cool. You can bring up whatever subject you want. I definitely don't dive into stuff that will demonetize me on either channel, but I'll go lightly into different areas. I don't mind discussing stuff like that. I don't do politics, obviously. I don't do religion. Nothing like that that's going to offend somebody, run somebody off. But other than that, again, I'm pretty careful just to make sure it meets a certain level of, I'm not going to lose my channel. But other than that, like I said, yeah, whatever you guys want to talk about, though, it doesn't bother me. But if it seems like I'm getting awkward, it's more just trying to skirt my way around the various policies and community guidelines, as the creators would know it. There's a very clear set of rules of where you're supposed to go and where you're not supposed to go. There's a very definitive line in the sand. Well, I shouldn't say that. That's the unfortunate part. Is there's not always a very clear definitive line in the sand. It's sort of like a DMZ in the sand. As you approach this border, it becomes increasingly more dangerous to your channel. And so adult things, entertainment things, recreational things, obviously, especially in the legal state that they are across the world in the United States right now, it can get a little murky on what you can and can't say and not get marked as either adult or not advertiser friendly. So, again, in person, I assure you, you'd be hard-pressed to make me blush, for sure. But I'll leave that to the one day that we get to meet each other. But yeah, I look forward to get back to the podcast idea. Yeah, if I can build more of a community, and that's really my goal. I really do want to build a bigger community here too. I think that there's a lot to do here. There's a big area. There's big cities around here. There's Chicago. There's Detroit. There's Toledo. There's Cleveland. There's Columbus. There's Cincinnati, Indianapolis. There's all kinds of, Louisville, I mean, there's all kinds of crazy metropolis type areas here, big areas of population, whether there's certainly tons of YouTubers. There's got to be tons of YouTubers. But unfortunately, the trend is once you get so big, you move to California. And I love California. I absolutely am in love with the place. I would love to have a home there one day, but I would love, I would love to be able to establish a community out here too. Not necessarily, in any one state. I don't want to have the Hollywood of Indiana. That's definitely not it. But at the same time, to establish sort of a strong Midwest YouTube community of not just travelers either. I don't care. I mean, whether it's a car channel, whether it's a skit channel, whether it's, a makeup channel. I don't care. I want to create a strong network of people out here, and there just doesn't seem to be one that exists. I feel like I would have found somebody at this point. I run into people occasionally that are like, I'm a streamer. I stream games, but usually it's not. It's more of a casual type thing. It's not people that are really truly serious about it. Not that there's anything wrong with doing casual streaming. I think that's awesome too and serves its place or serves its purpose. But at the same time, I would love to find some really hardcore. I know some people in Cleveland. That's about as far as close as I know anyway. Sportscasting, yeah, that's a pretty popular one here. There's lots of local sportscasting around here. it's oddly a pretty strong market. I'm not one that's really big into sports, so I guess I don't get it as much. But I mean, I definitely am a supporter to a certain degree. And yeah, I think that's kind of interesting. I would love to do some. At one point, I would love to do some local media too, like some radio or something. No, I could never do sports. I don't think I have that particular talent to do live sports commentary or anything like that, nor would I ever want to. But I do have a lot of respect for those people. How do I get started? Well, I've always been doing media and art for as long as I can remember. As long as I've loved music, I've always also loved cameras and always messed around with video too. I just kind of never found my place with it. But I started again about 4 years ago doing YouTube. But I had done, like I said, photography all my life. I had done professional photography. I'd done rock and roll photography for years for a radio station. Before that, I just messed around with my little film cameras, not necessarily the camera you buy at the store, but I mean just that medium. And yeah, I got my start in more professional level photography at around 12. But videography, I don't know, probably my first experience in productions was high school. We created some bigger level productions with more professional style. Well, production. I mean, that is what it is. We can try tonight too. I'm not sure what that's referring to. I might have missed something. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit behind in chat. I'm going to try and catch up here. So I don't know. Maybe I'll do at some point I'll take a part-time job as like a late night. I don't know, a late night NPR jazz DJ. That would be like my I feel like that's my niche. Not really. I'm not. I would never actually do that. But I feel like everybody seems to think I have a calming voice, and that's where all the low voice DJs go. This is late night radio. Who knows? I would look adorable blushing. I don't know, maybe. I pretty much look the same when I get hot anyway. My skin's so fair that it looks like I'm blushing when I get a little bit sweaty. So I mean, I guess you would know if you watch the videos where I get in really crazy strenuous trails. That's what it looks like. I'm sorry to hear that, Jane. Yeah, it's a rough career, I'm sure. I wouldn't mind doing some acting, but never as a full-time job. Yeah, that's really awesome, Molly. Working with vets, potentially. It's I'm up for anything. If I find some sort of I don't know, medium where I could make it happen, some sort of location that I felt like it made sense, then absolutely. Like a YouTuber compound. I would love to make a little compound. Well, I mean, that is sort of a goal of mine to make sort of, if I can become more of a successful Midwestern YouTuber, I would love to create sort of a place where, a haven where YouTubers could come out and stay and visit the area. I mean, I already have a wide audience and a wide base of friends, so I mean, it would be only logical to eventually have some of my friends from other parts of the country come this way too. So I mean, yeah, that would make sense. The voice of the Indianapolis Pacers. Wow, that is really impressive. How much for my shirt? I have no idea. That's just my skin. No worries there. I just have fair skin. I get red when I get hot. Around Indiana. No, I've never actually heard of that before. I'll have to look that up. Yeah, it's easy to get lost in YouTube, unfortunately. There's so many different channels. I would love to do some voiceover work on the side. That'd be kind of fun. Oh, yeah, like audiobooks would be cool. Yeah, that'd be cool. I would do it. Yeah, why not? If somebody approached me, for sure. I think you have to be a lot more popular before they ask you to do audiobooks. Either that or that's what you just got to do that. Maybe if somebody just liked my voice and asked me to do it, but I don't think on like a celebrity status I would ever get asked to do anything like that, but maybe someday. Yeah, Todd, I would love to do some stuff with guests. Again, it's sort of that I don't really have many connections in the area to any local YouTubers, and it's a little bit more difficult. I mean, I shouldn't say that. It's not incredibly difficult to do it in terms of hooking them into my stream, whether it's via Skype or via just the YouTube Creator Studio. I think supports some level. I think Google Hangouts, you can technically bring in other people. Well, that is what a Google Hangout is, so obviously you could. But I don't know. I would love to do some remotes possibly, and I would love to do some in-person stuff. It's just getting it built. I got to find people that are interested. I've got to find people that are potentially in the area. And I would love to more find people in the area so that I could actually do a live sit down with somebody during the live stream. So, I mean, I think that would be better. But at the same time, I wouldn't mind, again, doing some remote interviews where I could Skype in some people. Oh, thank you, Luis. And everybody. I appreciate that. So I don't know. Maybe I'll do some other types of voice content here in the future. I really don't know. Yeah, as I said, yeah, I've actually, I'll look them up and check it out. I'm definitely down to do collaborations with people. As we've seen in the past, I've done some collaborations all over the country, so I'm definitely down to do some more local ones. So, yeah, it just depends on, I mean, life. That's pretty much what it's down to at this point. Finding somebody, getting in contact with them, seeing if they're interested in working with me. You never know from the other end either. You never know who you're going to run into that doesn't really care to work with you. I've actually run into some people like that. I've contacted a few people locally, and they just had no real interest. I don't really know any reasoning. I couldn't find any myself, but for whatever reason, they decided that they weren't interested, and I haven't worked with them, so who knows. Like I said, I almost find it easier to work with people that are farther away. I've had a lot more success with finding willing and kind people at greater distances for whatever reason it is. I would definitely attribute some of it to the mic as well. It's a decent mic. It's probably delivering a lot better. Well, I can guarantee it's delivering better sound than what even my cameras do. Maybe not my new microphone. I don't really know. I haven't done a side-by-side. A call-in? I probably could do that. I would have to get like some sort of phone set up. I mean, not that that's really hard. Or a number, I mean, not an actual phone, obviously. Although I did think about doing that. I wanted to do like an old-fashioned, like the military style red phone or whatever, where it would actually ring like an old 1980s or 1970s Bell phone. But I don't know how that would work. Well, I mean, I know how technically it would work. I don't know how well it would work out for a stream, though, so we'd have to see on that one. But yeah, I have thought about doing like a call-in series. I don't know how that works with the YouTube policies. So yeah, I'm the same way, Laura. I burn before I tan. But I really haven't tanned almost at all this year. I think this is the first I've gotten any tan. And that was just because I probably didn't put enough sunscreen on when I was out in the middle of the prairie. And then I got burnt. Although I did have sunscreen on, so I did have some level of protection. Are there a lot of pioneer? Not a lot, but there's a decent amount. I mean, it's a very long and narrow state, so a lot of pioneers traveled through Indiana. It just depends on where they were heading. So, a lot of people that were heading to the Pacific Northwest probably would have headed through Indiana. If they were heading to Southern California, they probably wouldn't. But it depends on where they were from. So, if you're from New York and you're heading west, you're probably going to hit Indiana at some point before you head out west. So, I've done a few episodes of pioneer cemeteries, whether they were just small little family cemeteries or a larger actual technical pioneer. Well, it's a pretty in-depth story, but the short version is the Woodmen of the World is a kind of originated around an insurance policy. I think it was life insurance, and part of that was that burial. I don't know what you would call it, burial clause or whatever, and you would get the stone and the names engraved. But I know at some point it also broke off and became another company too in some other part of the United States. I think it originated in Michigan, and then operations went to Texas, I think, at a certain point, and then I think there is also some level of separation between, I think there technically is a Woodman of America. I don't know. I haven't done very deep research into it. I've done some searches on it and definitely gotten a decent amount of information on it in terms of it being part of an insurance plan and I think 1800s to 1900s. I don't know the exact year that they stopped. But like I said, it had sort of a split in its history where it was, I think, technically part of a different company. So, or absorbed by another company, or they split and were two separate companies. I'll have to do a little bit deeper dive. It's been a while since I've read it, but yeah, originated, I believe, like I said, in Michigan as an insurance policy. Yeah. Which I have noticed that there is a lot of misinformation about them. I've seen a few sites that describe them incorrectly as being family tree markers, where they claim that the entire family tree is written on them, and it's just not. And it was actually, I think it was a fairly big site. I know there's a lot of different writers on a lot of these sites, but I want to say it was like Atlas Obscura or something like that. And they claimed that they were called family tree markers. And although there may be something similar that's called that and may look similar, but not all of them are that. I don't know if you technically had to be a woodworker or not. Sometimes insurance companies, especially in this area, have some interesting names. But it may have originally been for like, that would make sense because in Michigan there is a lot of logging. There's a huge logging industry, so there's a lot of forest area. There's a lot of stuff like that going on. So to have an insurance policy for people in that particular field of work, I mean, it would make sense. So sure, it probably was, at least originally. I don't know that that was always the case where that's the only people. I don't think that's the only people that could get these stones for. I don't know. I'll have to look it up again. It's been a long time. Unfortunately, there's just so many different little pathways or little tangents you can take with a lot of these places. I mean, there's so many crazy little local engravers or local companies that do stuff, and so you can sort of fall down the rabbit hole in any one of these different unique looking markers. So sometimes it's hard to remember. English and Irish, yeah, about the same. So yeah, it's hard. Have some fun. Yeah, absolutely, Jane. All right, I gotta take a quick break. I've been doing this for 2 hours, 14 minutes, 25 seconds. We've been online now. So thank you all for watching. I'm going to take like a 5-minute break, and I'll be back, and then we'll go for a little bit longer here. I'm not going to go incredibly late. What time is it? Wow, I didn't know it was that late. I thought it was like 10 o'clock. Wow. Well, good for us. All right. I will be back in like 5. I'm going to put it over to the coming soon screen, and then we'll be back, though, for sure. So I'm just going to keep her going. See, those of you new to the stream, we do this. Generally, we do pretty long streams, honestly. So stick around. We'll be back. We'll be doing some more topics, more discussion, more of your guys' questions here for a little bit, and then we'll sign out, and there'll be another new episode on 539 tomorrow. So I'll see you guys in like, give me like 5 minutes. Alright, we're back. Thanks to everybody that stayed. And we lost a few people there, but it's okay, I understand. Some people don't like to wait, that's alright. Yeah, hopefully you enjoy the music there. Yeah, took a little bit of break there, got something to drink. Made it YouTube friendly. We got some root beer here tonight, if anybody's actually wondering. Yeah, I appreciate the break, guys. Thank you guys for being patient with me and sticking around. Yeah, we'll keep this going for a little bit here. Apparently we got a breeze going. Because now the suspended plant containers are kind of swaying there. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Making some weird lighting on my end. I don't know if it's actually translating through. Monster Mountain Dew. I do like Mountain Dew a lot. I'll admit, but as with everything, I like a variety, and I like strange things. So, and I mean, I've always loved root beer. I think this was. Oh wow, I forgot. Hold on. Oh, no, that's not the. I thought that was the wrapper. Or label, not wrapper. I think it's yeah, it's A&W. That's right. Barks is good too, though. I would also like to have some, or make some sometime from scratch. I've heard that's a lot of fun, as well as ginger ale. I know you can make it from fresh ginger, obviously, from fresh ginger, and I would love to try that sometime. I feel like my chat shrunk again. It looks so much farther away. I should probably just put my glasses on, or maybe just get laser eye surgery. That's the ultimate answer. I don't know why it hates me, but it stopped zooming with the hotkeys. And so now I can't just zoom. I have to go in and click zoom individually. I guess I could do it. I'm saying hotkeys, but I mean with the mouse. I could still do it with hotkeys. Okay, much better. Except that now this is... I wish I could just do one window at a certain zoom level. It does all windows at the same zoom level. So as you click zoom, my entire control room zooms in, and it makes it incredibly irritating. I don't know. Well, they're not going to listen to me anyway, so it's not like Firefox is going to fix it. I should just stop using Firefox, I guess. Anyway. Thank you, Laura. I'm not really sure where to go from here. I think we've pretty much discussed almost everything. I think this is the common problem that I always have when I get back from break. It's where do you pick up from here? Once you've pretty much discussed all the updates and the upcoming videos. So I guess we can start with some of the stuff that we didn't end up doing. I was originally planning to do a Kentucky trip. So far that's been on hold. I don't know when that's going to happen again, but I will be going back there at some point, at which time I'm going to be hopefully getting to some of the other states around the area. Obviously we'll be doing Tennessee again, but I would love to get like West Virginia and Virginia, things like that, and let's see, other places that I had talked about. Obviously, we talked about Ohio. I've been trying to go there for a little bit now. I'm hopefully going to be making that happen here in the next few weeks. So there's that. Thank you. I appreciate it. With the cactus plants, I find that often it's that people are over watering. That's the most common problem with cactus or cacti. I water these guys about a couple times a month, maybe. Yeah. I basically, whenever I remember to myself, whenever I it pops into my head, basically, when was the last time I watered them? That's when I realize, maybe it's time to water. Same with succulents. It's just sort of the less you water them, the better almost. Obviously to a certain degree. But then, a lot of these are incredibly difficult plants. They're definitely not your top level plants. Money trees are fairly easy. As long as you keep watering them on a regular basis, they'll pretty much grow. Philodendrons are the same way. I have some that are growing in dirt, like these. This massive vine here is growing in dirt. And then I have this gigantic bush of different philodendron types that are just living in pure water. And then, of course, there's the silver pothos that's just living in water right there, too. So, it depends on the plants that you get to. Some of them are just incredibly difficult and picky, and then some of them don't really care, Yeah, it won't let you send any type of, probably, most of the time it blocks links. I don't know why it wouldn't. Usually it gives me an option of actually approving them, but I didn't see anything pop up, so my apologies. You can email it to me, just 539productions@gmail.com. But yeah, that'd probably be the easiest way, I would say. I don't know what it's in regards to in terms of its location information or whatnot, but yeah, that's the easiest way to get info to me. That's outside of what's available here, whether it's photos or location information, collaborations, things like that. Yeah, that'd be the best place. I should be. I'm hoping to start filming some car-related stuff towards the end of the month here. I might film a few things in the next few days. It just depends. I'm not sure though. We'll see. Some of it maybe. There might be a few things. Obviously, there's gonna be some prep work that needs to be done before I start doing some major paint type stuff. And not really paint. Obviously, I've gone over some of the ideas that I have in terms of what I'm going to be doing. Yeah, I'm hoping to start at least a portion of it within the next few days, and then maybe some of the more major stuff in the next few weeks. Yeah, I've just been having to weigh it out against everything that's going on in terms of what I need to get done, what needs to happen before I head out west. Obviously, I need to make sure my car's in good working condition, and other things I need to get obviously oil changes and things like that, and maintenance stuff, and so that obviously comes first in terms of a big looming trip. It's definitely not going to be as big as the last trip in terms of being a 5,000 plus mile monster trip around the United States, but it will be a decently long trip, and we'll hit a decent amount of states as well as a lot of states that we've never been in before. So, it's something where I gotta make sure that the health of the car is there first, and then we'll worry about the looks. But yeah, hope in the next few weeks. So I've got a pretty clear plan laid out in front of me in terms of what I need to get, what I need to do. Yeah, I'm just sort of working out the details at this point. Well, see, this window has a sort of, it's got pretty good placement, so it gets really good sun throughout most of the day. So I really don't have to. They really like it where it is. They seem to be doing really well. They got a lot of new sprouts, which I need to take care of somehow. I know that there's a proper way to do it, and I really haven't researched in terms of making new cactuses off of these big sprouts that come off of the top. I don't know what type. I think they're. I don't want to say what something that's wrong, but I'm not sure the exact type of variety it is. But I need to look it up and see exactly what I need to do, because I need to separate some of the. It's got so many different new sprouts coming off of it. And I know that it's not healthy for it to have that many. And then some of the sprouts have their own sprouts. And then on some of them, the sprouts of the sprouts have sprouts. So it's like, it's just growing wild. So I really likes it where it is, though. Hey there. North Carolina. No, I have not. Excuse me. Yeah, I can't remember even having seen them like outside of YouTube. I've been in North Carolina a few different times, but yeah, never for that specific reason or for YouTube. But definitely looking to do it again. Sorry, I realize I'm staring down a lot, and we got the other camera on tonight, so I want to try my best to continue looking upward at you guys. But yeah, in terms of the light situation, they're not really too picky. And neither are the aloe plants. And they're pretty much the same type of plant. You know, succulents and cactus are very similar. So, yeah, they seem to be doing really well. I'm sorry, Agnes. I'm not sure what that's referring to. On your phone? Did you drop your phone? I guess I just did not understand which angle we were talking about in terms of dropping. Do I like fishing? I mean, yes and no. I haven't done it in a long time. I used to really enjoy it. I used to have all the equipment and all that, and I found I don't enjoy it quite as much as I used to, but yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it's probably been a good 6-7 years. So yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. You dropped your tablet. I don't know. Well, I hope the screen didn't crack. But yeah, I mean, it's really been one of my goals in terms of the different states to start hitting places that we've never been to on the channel before. How old am I? I don't know. How old do I look? I'm in my mid-30s. Everybody wants to know my age tonight. Not that that's a bad thing. Just I'm getting all kinds of age questions. I do look young. Most people, I think, would assume that I was, in person at least, I would say most people would assume I'm in my lower 20s. Yeah, that sounds good, Jake. We can go with that. Somewhere around that. Maybe plus a few. But, yeah. Anyway, abandoned miner cemeteries in the Upper Peninsula. No, I do really want to go to the Upper Peninsula, though. I have a lot of stuff marked up there. I don't know if any of them are specifically miners' cemeteries or graveyards or whatever, but there might be a few I haven't marked. I really honestly don't remember the specifics of the graveyards that I have marked up there, but I know I have a few. I have a lot of different locations marked, though. So, yeah, there is a Upper Peninsula trip in the works. Nothing too concrete. I don't have like hotels or dates or anything like that, but I do have a really, really strong desire to go up there, and if at all possible, I would like. There's so many places I want to get done before it really gets too bad this winter. So, but yeah, for sure. I've been to the Upper Peninsula though. Oh, awesome, Jake. Well, good to have you on the live stream. Thanks for joining us. And many thanks to Mom for watching the videos. Always happy to have a fan. And always happy when somebody likes the videos. I mean, I can't complain. Many thanks for being here. And yeah, so yeah, Michigan, lots of Michigan videos. I know I've done a few different videos in Michigan, but all Lower Peninsula at this point. So yeah, I do need to go there. It's been, I don't even know if I want to go into how many years it's been since I've been to the Upper Peninsula. It's been way too long. Probably about the same time I went to Mackinac Island last. So I think at about that time I went to the Upper Peninsula and then to Canada as well. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, it always it surprises me how fast a lot of people get to the videos, and that's always incredible, you know. And I appreciate everybody for watching, you know. It's crazy to me still that as many people watch as they do, and it's good to be able to connect with everybody and be able to talk to you from time to time and get some of you guys' stories. Dutch and German, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that. As I had done a little bit of research, mostly. Well, I can't say too much, otherwise I'm gonna end up giving away what the upcoming. Well, it's not upcoming, but what future episodes might be. But I had not researched into that particular area, so I'm gonna have to do that. That's interesting. I didn't know a lot about the mining activity up there in general, honestly. So that's another area I'll have to look into. Any more collabs with Urban Ghost Urban Exploration? We definitely left with the intention of doing more together. So, yeah, at some point. I don't know exactly when or where we'll be going. We have at one point discussed a few things. I can't give that away yet because I don't even think nobody's mentioned anything yet. So, and there's really no concrete plans. So I don't want to make it sound like it's 100% happening. But yeah, at some point, I'm sure we'll get together again. We're on good terms. I love the guys. Good guys. Had a lot of fun filming with them down in Alabama. And so, yeah. I just don't know when. Hey there, Tammy. Good to have you on the live stream. Sorry, I think I'm missing some stuff. I'm trying to go back and see. Oh, yeah. Good. Yeah, I didn't realize that had aired yet. But that was the secret that was going on the entire time that we were in Alabama. We were talking about the TV show. And so that's good that it's on there now. I didn't realize that I had never seen it myself. I don't really watch a lot of TV, so thank you, Jade. Okay, cool. I'll check in on that. I'll have to grab my phone and check on that here once I get off stream. Oh, okay. Thank you, Hardboiled. I had to go back and see the first part there. I swear I'm 35, 12. Oh. Not quite that young looking, thankfully. I have had a few people that thought I was under 18, though, for sure. I look a lot younger in person than I look on camera. I will say that. Comparatively to what you see on the episodes, I actually look a decent amount younger than that in person. Yeah, I think they showed the clip of... I don't remember. I don't want to say... I don't know how many clips they're going to be showing. I don't know. You have to tell me what clip you saw, and then I'll tell you if that's the one I was... Like, I have a specific clip that I know that they were going to put on the show, but I want to make sure that it's one that they've aired, because I'm pretty sure that there might have been several that they had in mind, so I'm not sure which one they ended up going with. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, at any rate, yeah, it's good to see that the show actually went on the air. I didn't, again, realize. I don't know if they had a specific date when we were in Alabama. But yeah, that's good to hear. Well, about 15. Well, I keep bumping into the mic. I'm not used to the microphone again. This is taking some getting used to, being back and doing the live streams in the command center. It's just been a crazy summer. I haven't really had much of a chance to do one here, so I'm kind of getting used to having the big swinging microphone again. Have I ever been chased out? No, and I wouldn't. I often mention people following me, but if I'm not doing anything legally wrong, I don't think a groundskeeper technically has any legal right to throw me out, so I probably wouldn't do anything, honestly. There would have to be some people with some more authority. That's all I have to say. I figure if you're a groundskeeper, you work there. You're not the owner of a company. So, again, I respect all those people that take care of places like that. So, I'm not looking to step on any toes. I mean, more power to them for protecting the place. But for sure, if I'm not doing anything wrong, I'm not leaving. Not unless the owner themselves comes out and says that you need to get the heck out of here right now. Well, actually, for a very specific, excuse me, I can't really talk, specific reason, Laura, I actually prefer it. I'm more comfortable standing most of the time. I actually rarely sit down. I use the chair maybe a few times a day when I finally get a little bit weak in the knees and decide it's getting to me. But for the most part, I actually prefer doing this. I edit standing up. I do all my Photoshop work standing up. Yeah, pretty much everything. Sometimes I do streams sitting down, though. Like I said, I just have to hit the button and lower the desk, and then I'm at sitting level, and it's actually pretty easy to do. Obviously, I don't know if you guys have, or some of you people here have, obviously, that sounded kind of weird saying it that way. Some people here have seen me do the sitting down streams or taking the desk from sitting to standing. So, but yeah, again, we just hit the button. Yeah, I just don't feel like it. That's it. Well, I'm gonna crush a can now. Well, yeah. So, yeah, if I end up feeling like it, I'll sit down. But other than that, I actually am more comfortable standing. And I found that since I've gotten the desk, I end up using it, and it's standing up position a lot more often than I do sitting down. It's incredible. I hate to be that guy. I guess that's a thing in the office spaces of the world now, being the stand-up desk guy and arguing the health of it, but it honestly feels better. After doing this for, I think, almost a year now, I can say it honestly feels better. It honestly feels, 10 times better. I found that after sometimes 8 hours of editing straight, 10 hours editing straight, it's like you're starting to go numb. You're getting really antsy, fidgety. Your muscles don't feel right. And ever since I started standing, mostly, I found that most of that has gone away. And obviously my feet hurt sometimes. Sometimes it gets to my knees, and then I sit down for a little bit and then stand back up. But honestly, I think if I sit down, I rarely sit down for more than half an hour. If I work for 8 hours straight. But when I'm watching like stuff like at night, if I like sit down and I watch TV, or I sit down and watch YouTube, I do sit down. But I found that I don't need to. Like I'm not tired at all right now. Like my legs aren't tired, my feet aren't tired. I don't feel stressed. But I usually try to keep moving. That's why sometimes you see me fidget around. I move around. I also have flat feet, so it comes with its own set of problems. So a lot of times I need to fidget, so I kind of sway from side to side anyway, which is not good with this microphone. It makes me sound like I'm drinking or something sometimes, because as I like go backwards, it'll get I don't know if it's doing it tonight. The one time it did really bad, as I would like lean back a little bit, the whole sound would cut out, so it sounded like I was just like talking without any volume control for like an hour. It was kind of weird, but I've tried to adjust the settings since then. I actually put a little dot on my audio board so that I'd be able to hold on just a second, guys. But so I'd be able to mark the correct audio position. You have neuropathy in your feet. Oh, well, yeah. I'm probably lucky myself that I can do it as long as I can. Like I said, with flat feet, it really can bug me after a while. But, yeah. It is what it is. I just enjoy it. I can't say anything other than that. I don't know. I think I have more of a problem with sitting too long than I have with standing too long. That's the thing. But that's just me. Wow, we're almost at the 3-hour mark. I might have said that already. I think I maybe mentioned that. Okay. Well, we're going to at least go to the 3-hour mark. Then we might call it a night. I'm not really sure We are 5 minutes away from midnight currently, so I don't know what time it is in your part of the world, but it is almost midnight here. Not that that's a problem. I'm not an early night person. I am a usually late night person. Next video tomorrow. There will be a brand new one tomorrow, either early afternoon, late morning, not really sure. No, I've never done grave dowsing. I've only done dowsing the one time, and that was with the Cryptid Hunter channel. It was interesting. We didn't use it to find graves. But it did have some interesting effects, I will say. I know they use it for all kinds of different things. I've heard of dowsing to find graves, dowsing to find water, dowsing to communicate with spirits. I know there's others. I can't think of them right now. A ball to sit on. I would be very Silicon Valley. I feel like I'd be like the Google headquarters. Oh yeah, Laura. Yeah, I can just within a couple seconds here, I can go from a stand-up stream to a sit-down stream. And the mic goes down too. Easy as that. Almost 10 o'clock in your part of Canada. You got a couple more hours to go then. Not too much longer till midnight, but you must be a little bit west of us. Because I think I want to say Ontario is in the same time zone as what I am. And disembodied voices. Sometimes, but I don't know necessarily what to attribute it always to. Sometimes voices just carry, so it's like there's maybe out of sight, on the other side of a cornfield or on the other side of the forest, there's like an apartment complex, so there's like a park or something. You never know, or like a functioning farm, and there's somebody outside or whatever. But sometimes there's weird things that happen for sure. I almost have weird, stranger experiences with the animal life than anything. Sort of like the rabbit, the sort of incredibly led me to a lost set of graves in a place that I wasn't gonna go look. Or I don't know if you noticed the crazy. It wasn't necessarily weird what they were, but just how they reacted. The birds in the Circle of Stones episode was kind of strange. But yeah, sometimes I hear different things. There's an episode that's coming up that's a little bit strange like that. I don't know if it comes out on video, but it did sound like a couple times there were people talking, but then a couple other surprises end up happening by the end of the episode. So it's going to be an interesting one for sure. That one should be coming out Tuesday. It depends on the specific location, whether, some locations are well cared for, they feel very safe, they feel, maybe not even necessarily safe, but comfortable or whatever, I guess, in terms of a psychological feeling, in terms of, does it feel creepy or does it feel, happy and beautiful or whatever. And it just depends on the location. But yeah, there's some places that you go to and you get a little bit uneasy. I don't know that necessarily it's always legit. Sometimes it's just in your head. An hour ahead. Oh, yeah. Yeah, not too many time zones away. Oh yeah, I wouldn't say that it's anything that necessarily scares me, but I mean there's definitely I think each individual place has sort of its own feeling, whether it's an uneasy feeling, whether it's a creepy feeling, whether it's a peaceful feeling, an exciting feeling, whether you're in awe because you have this amazing view, or whether it feels very lonely and secluded. I mean, each place has its own individual feeling, but yeah, I wouldn't say necessarily in terms of being physically afraid or afraid that something's going to happen or somebody's going to come get me or do something to me, or I wouldn't call it like that, even when people are watching me, and they clearly are watching. I know I get a lot of people that say I'm being paranoid, but there definitely are people that for whatever reason don't necessarily work at these places, don't necessarily have any authority, but yet they will take it upon themselves to sort of attempt to intimidate you or drive around a lot and make you try to scare you or make you leave for whatever reason. I don't know why it is, because obviously they wouldn't know who you are or what you're doing or if you are visiting or leaving flowers or whatever it may be, but it does happen for whatever reason, and there's a lot of strange places out there. You just never know, Yeah, well, editing can be a little bit different. Yeah, I could easily put in a 8 to 12 hour shift just sitting here and staring at a computer screen, so it's a lot easier for me to just stand. Do I do night explores? Yeah, I've done a few for the channel. It's been a while, but a lot of the stuff out west was nighttime. We did a lot of stuff in the desert at night. I also did some ghost towns in the Midwest at night. I've done a few graveyards here and there. If you look hard, you can find them. They're probably in the graveyard exploration playlist, though. If you go to the playlist section of my 539 page, then you'll find everything. But yeah, I do a lot, or the adventure travel. Well, any of the playlists really, because they all have nighttime explorers. I've done a lot at night, just not recently. So. Like the hair standing up on the back of your neck. I mean, I don't really know what to do when that situation happens. I mean, I guess you just pay attention to what's going on around you and capture it if you can. But yeah, in terms of the safety of a situation, for sure. I mean, there is a certain situation or a certain line where it becomes dangerous for whatever reason. Usually it's more other people that make things dangerous than paranormal activity or the terrain or whatever. You can be careful climbing, but with other people you don't really know. But for the most part, people are nice though. So and honestly, as much as people like to try to intimidate and scare, so far everybody's that has done so has been also scared to even utter a word to me, so I don't worry about it too much. Yeah, I would agree with that, Lynn. For sure. I mean, captured anything paranormal, I can't say 100%, but I've definitely caught some weird noises, some strange things happening in different videos, especially, like I said, a lot with Xavier when we were in the different haunted locations that he took me to, Xavier from Cryptid Hunter channel. When we were out west, well, he lives out west, obviously. When I was out west visiting him, we caught a lot on camera. A lot of weird, strange sounds, especially when we were in the abandoned mine with the supposedly haunted dolls. We caught a lot of screams, not screams like human screams, but weird kind of vocalizations of something coming from the interior of the mine. And then we caught a few different times where it sounded like people were like throwing things against the walls, rocks or like cans or things like that. But yet, we couldn't find anybody no matter how deep we traveled in the mine, which we went to the end of it, all the way down to the bottom to the last passage. And there was no one there. There were all kinds of little tiny side passages. So, I mean, somebody could have been hiding. But we never found anybody, though. Yeah, I don't know. I just never make up my mind on the paranormal. I at this point, if it's real, cool. If it's not, cool. I would assume at this point that I think, as I've said before, with as much stuff that does happen out there, I would assume there's some sort of logical explanation for something. Whether it's ghost, whether it's energy, whether it's something scientific that we just can't explain quite yet, that's just out there and causing these weird things to happen. I don't really know, but I think there's maybe at least enough evidence out there to say that there's something happening for sure. But yeah. Any other channels that I can recommend? I've worked with a lot of people, from Cryptid Hunter to RJ32. I've, worked with Urban Ghost, Urban Exploration. There's a lot of great channels out there, but I mean, I don't know. It depends. Obviously, Michael Scott makes good content for haunted stuff. There's a few other people I'm missing, I know, and I apologize if anybody's watching and I'm missing you, but yeah, honestly, I would check out Cryptid Hunter. Cryptid Hunter, Urban Ghost, Urban Exploration. Find a lot of interesting stuff that is rather inexplicable. I would agree to a certain extent. I've definitely had some crazy stuff happen to me. I'm still a skeptic after all of it, including some of the maybe crazier upcoming actual. I did locate a long time ago. I did do some level of ghost hunting, and we did stumble upon some pretty crazy, evidence, if that's what you could call what we got. Obviously, I can't speak for individual situations, but I don't know. As much as I would love to call it evidence, I do think there's still room for skepticism at a certain level, though, just because there's always going to be that desire in people that want to believe. And sometimes, you have experiences and they seem maybe to be completely legit, and then later on, after reanalyzing, you realize that there could have been some natural causes. Maybe not. Maybe they are completely unexplainable. But also, I would recommend, my own belief is that unexplainable is also not evidence, though. And I think that's one of the reasons that we still have sort of this argument today of what is the paranormal and what is truly out there, and where does it come from? Where does it get its energy from? Are they ghosts? Are they spirits? What are they? Because a lack of evidence is still not evidence, and until we have like photographic true, I hate to say it, until someone sits down and interviews a ghost, I don't think there's going to be a lot of people that believe. But I think there's definitely a lot of unexplainable things, for sure. But I don't, and there's definitely been a lot of things that could definitely back up some claims. But I don't know if there's ever been any definitive proof one way or the other. I think, we would really honestly have a definitive answer, And I think that will happen one day, for sure. I think there is an answer. There's an explanation. And I think everything's in one way or another scientifically provable, if it exists. And even if it doesn't, like I said, I think that whatever its origin may be, spiritual realm, strange science, whatever it may be, there's got to be an explanation, I have a harder time believing the mass delusion explanation of things than I have believing that there probably is something strange that happened somewhere at some time, To a certain degree, there may be some proof out there that has been overlooked. I would say that that's not beyond the realm of possibilities, that there's something that we've overlooked because we're jaded. I think even with some very scientific grounded things that have nothing to do with any type of forces that we have yet to discover, understand. If you think of like exobiology, the study of life on other worlds, and aliens and things like that, things that almost certainly have to exist, and yet even then, science a lot of times looks at things with almost too critical or too skeptical of an eye, just because it seems silly. And so, I'm not saying that it doesn't. I'm just saying that so far to date, I've seen a lot of crazy stuff that is unexplainable. But until it's explainable, I don't know that I would necessarily call it proof that I've seen. And I've seen a lot, from videos of crazy ghosts dressed in garb from the 1700s to spirits running down, pathways and doing things that physical bodies couldn't possibly do, to seeing orbs with my own eyes that weren't on video cameras, having things move in the middle of the night, hearing strange things, seeing all kinds of weird things. But I think that's just what it means to be, scientific, is that, again, there has to be proof positive at a certain point. But I think that's good, though, because at the end of the day, I think everybody would rather it be that way. Because if there's 100% proof positive, then no one can argue. And once you've convinced the skeptic, that's when we're in that area where we can all agree, It has to come to that, I think. It sucks, though, because, there's going to be that certain amount of people that always believed, even when there wasn't that, one shining piece of undeniable proof that no one can look into the eye of and say anymore that it's not real, But I think that's the problem with the field, is that even within the field of paranormal research itself, there's not a lot of people that claim to know definitively what it is. They're just claiming definitively that it is paranormal, and that's the broad range of it. Paranormal doesn't mean ghost, it doesn't even mean alive. there's many paranormal experts that would argue that ghosts are not even living, that they have no idea what they are, that they're not a living, breathing creature, that they're just merely energy that's repeating itself from a past event, or a ghost image of another universe that's in a different time frame, as if looking through a sort of two-way mirror. You can see the world that yourself and everything behind it, but if you get the right glimpse, the flow of light, you can all of a sudden see through the barrier and into something else, which is equally there but not really existent where you exist. And so there's, even in the field of paranormal research, a lot of room to work with, whether, again, they're truly believing in ghosts or whether they're believing in something else that's paranormal. So I think that's where the problem exists, is that there's no definitive proof, because at the end of the day, there's also no definitive agreement on what it even is. What does it even mean to be paranormal? Flat earthers. No, that doesn't even get Here's the thing. Here's the real damning evidence with flat earthers. The Greeks knew the earth was round. They'll tell you that ancient people really knew that the earth was flat, and that's not true. Ancient people really knew that the earth was round. We've known that the earth is round for like 5,000 years. Like 5,000 years we've known the earth is round. I can tell you the earth is round just from the very fact, because if the earth were flat, you couldn't get in an elevator and watch the sunset twice. It's physically impossible. If the sun does not go over a horizon, then you cannot go up and then change the horizon. It defies angles. At a certain point, the sun would only get smaller. If the earth was flat, the sun would only get smaller and more distance. It would never, ever touch the horizon. It's physically impossible. I can tell you mathematically that is physically impossible. And I can tell you that they're just doing the math wrong too. If they're doing that little thing where they calculate it out and that the horizon doesn't work the way scientists say that's because they just don't understand the math. Like, flat out. I can tell you that from experience. But cats would have knocked. Yeah. Exactly. But yeah, that whole, and then there's not gravity, there's supposedly only buoyancy, which is complete and utter BS, because I can tell you that I've done an experiment myself where in high school, they do this in high school, and every high school, they show you that gravity works the same on both a feather and a rock by putting a feather and a rock inside of vacuum chambers. So if gravity doesn't exist and there's only buoyancy, there is no such thing as buoyancy inside of a vacuum, so then everything would float. The rock and the feather would begin to float immediately if there was no gravity. And so if we suck all the air out and there's no buoyancy and everything stays on the ground and everything falls at the same rate, it 100% proves that gravity exists. And you can do it in your own home. Anybody can go out and get a vacuum. You can buy them at food stores. Go get your own, try it. Flat earthers. Go to the food store, get yourself a vacuum sealer, get the little Tupperware container vacuum things, suck all the air out of them, and see if anything starts to float. It won't, because there's gravity. The earth's not flat. You can prove it at home. That's why I don't like the idea, because they act like, they have definitive proof that it's obviously all, but you can literally, at your own home, at your own leisure, you can walk out in the world and disprove that the world's flat. Like I said, wait for the sun to go down below the horizon, watch the sunset, enjoy the beautiful sunset, and then hop in an elevator and ride it to the top of a 10-story building, and you will watch the sunset twice. And that can only physically happen if the earth is round. It could not happen in a model where the earth is flat. It's impossible. So, if you ever are wondering, is the earth flat or is the earth round? Go and prove it yourself. You don't need a camera. You don't need to watch a ship disappear over the horizon. None of that. All you need is a Tupperware container that can work with a vacuum sealer, and you need an elevator or a ladder. You can technically do the same thing by going only 10 feet up. So, you don't need to go to Antarctica. There's more of a chance of the Earth being either hollow or having that crazy donut-shaped Earth theory than there is of a flat Earth. In fact, both a hollow-centered planet and a donut-shaped planet have all scientifically been proven to be technically possible in the right situation, and yet flat Earths would be almost certainly impossible, except by literally blasting off a flat plate with rockets behind it and using that force to force people down with fake gravity. Centrifugal, well, not centrifugal force, but inertia, I guess. Well, see, the problem with the satellite thing is they claim that those are all Photoshop. They believe that this conspiracy is far stretching. From NASA doctoring images to NASA faking the very fact that they're live streaming almost 24 hours a day from the International Space Station. You can literally go to NASA, to the space station's YouTube page, I think, and give a live feed of the camera that's in the observatory little thing, the I don't know what it's called, but the famous window that all the and astronauts sit there and take pictures in front of or look down onto the Earth. Like, they claim it's Photoshop. But, I mean, like I said, I don't mind if it is Photoshop, because at the end of the day, I can prove that it's round with my own 2 feet. And I've done it. Just like the moon landing. I mean, they talked about it in the Big Bang Theory. There's literally reflectors on the moon, and anybody with enough scientific knowledge can aim a laser at the little reflectors and prove that the scientists actually laid down the reflectors that they claim to do, and only could have done had they actually landed on the moon. So, I mean, like, there's some of these conspiracies that are very interesting, but at the same time, some of them just do not hold up scientifically. Oh, yeah, 539 is 1337 in base 16. 1337 means elite in something called leak speak or hacker terminology. It's basically a kind of chat room language developed in the 80s and 90s, and it's spelled with a lot of letters being substituted with numbers. So, like, E is a 3. So it's just like a weird math problem, because base 16 is also used a lot in technology as well as binary. So it was sort of, and we count in base 10, 0 through 9, and then we repeat the characters. That's what base 10 is, for those that don't know what a base is. It just means how many numbers before we have to start repeating other numbers. So, like, 10 is a 1 and a 0 next to it. That's what that means. We got 10 numbers, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, and then now we have to start repeating. Or in binary, we use 0 and then 1, and then we have to start repeating. So base 16 has 16. So, what's it? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C, D, E, and F. So, yeah. That is a quick rundown. of 539, which pretty much just means Elite Productions. Which I thought about naming it that, but I thought that might be a little bit too out there. I didn't want to sound like I was trying to be better than everybody else, but it was a computer-related term that I liked, and so I just figured out a way around it, and that was it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, again, and I just don't understand. I understand with the moon landing, the idea of why it would have been. I mean, yeah, it was about the Cold War, right? And they wanted to beat the Russians to the moon, and the idea is that they couldn't do it, so they just faked it. Plausible, but yeah, there's just too much evidence saying that it's there. You know, it's there. There's so much evidence. I mean, I think if you have the high enough powered telescope, you can literally like see different evidence of the way that man has changed the moon since we've been there. Like, you know, it's ridiculous amounts of evidence. You know, it would be fun to think that the Earth was flat. It would be fun to think that somehow there was a conspiracy and that no one ever has been to the moon. But it's just not true. Well, that's an interesting coincidence. Yeah, I would imagine so. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I would think that immediately they would have called us on it. I mean, we would have done the same. Right? So I think, again, and there was so much more involved in the reasoning behind the moon landings. It was also the technology behind it, too. So if we didn't really have the rockets that were capable of doing it, then we didn't have the gumption to back up the army side of it. You know, what we were really doing was creating platforms which we could launch weapons with, too. If we want to be perfectly honest, it wasn't about the moon. It was more about arms than anything. You know, it was an arms race. Wow, I just reached out for a chair that wasn't there. Yeah, I mean, so if we didn't actually go, then we didn't have rockets that could propel that far. And if we didn't have rockets that could propel that far, then we weren't a danger to the USSR, and so then we lost the Cold War. So a moon landing a fake moon landing would have accomplished none of that. It's impossible. It's dumb. It's a great thought. It's fun to ponder. It'd make a cool movie. I'm sure they probably made a movie about it. But yeah, it's just like the flat Earth. Wouldn't it be amazing if that was the case? I would love for it to be true. That's the thing. That's what I love about a lot of the people that trash that theory. It's like, we would love for that to be true. How awesome would that be if there was a crazy ice border, and if you cross that ice border, there were continents that you could just go to that were yet to be discovered. There's way more landmass, but it doesn't make sense in any way, because there would be no real monetary value to hiding these land masses if you weren't doing anything with them. You know, there would have to be some utilization, some secret conspiracy. Where's the conspiracy about what's happening on these places? You know, are they farming? Because there's still people that are starving. You know, are they creating weapons? Because there's not anybody that's changing the world. You know, world power. You know, it's still pretty much the same balance of power that we've had forever. You know, what are they doing with all these places? You know, I'd be happy to debate with somebody, but I can guarantee you they won't win. There's just no reason, and the sheer effort to have. Can you imagine how much effort it would take to have a 2,000-year-old conspiracy theory? Where everybody's just like, shh, there's really continents beyond the ice. Just don't tell anybody for the next 2,000 years. That's ridiculous. No one does that. And no one could get away with that. Somebody would leak the information and somebody would just go there. I mean, We don't even like each other that much to get along that well. You think the world's going to, the world governments are going to suddenly get along with each other long enough to actually conspire against all the citizens? They don't even like each other enough. Russia couldn't even like the United States long enough, or vice versa, for us to work together so that, imagine how quickly the U.S. or Russia would say that Russia was hiding new lands, or the United States was hiding new lands, or China was hiding new lands. We would love to do that. We haven't done it. No one's hiding any new lands, and we can't find them because they don't exist. And there's commercial air flights over the Antarctica almost every day. You can take pictures. And you can visit Antarctica. People think you can't visit Antarctica. You can. You can pay to go to Antarctica. You can pay to go to the South Pole. You don't need to be a scientist. Anybody can do it. It's a tourist spot. You can, as a tourist, go to the South Pole and prove them all wrong. So, yeah. I mean, secrets just get told. I mean, I'm not saying that conspiracies can't happen. They can, but just not on that scale. There is no such thing as a 2,000-year-old conspiracy theory, because, 2,000 years ago, we didn't have democracies. We had all kings. We had, it was a different system. So, it's trying to explain how countries that don't even exist anymore, how people went to war and empires broke up, and still, despite all this balance of power changing over time and over so many thousands of years, supposedly this conspiracy theory was the one thing that got upheld. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, and the other thing, the thing is that it will never work in a democracy either. There can only really truly be so high level of a conspiracy in any level of democracy. Even you talk about the countries, and we won't name names, but talk about different countries and there's been tons that have had election problems, where their votes really truly don't count in a lot of ways. But we know it, We may not be able to prove who technically won in which election where and how many votes actually went towards which candidate. But at the end of the day, we all know what happened. It's not a conspiracy. We know that these dictators in these certain countries are manipulating the vote system. It's no big secret, right? It's no big secret. So, there's only, even in a fake democracy, there's only so far the conspiracy can go. Before someone's a whistleblower, before someone comes out and says, I'm going to be the one to tell everybody. And everybody wants to be that person anyway, right? Everybody wants to be the whistleblower because they're the hero. No, I'm not talking. Oh, no, I'm not definitely not getting religious, but even if we talk religion, you're going to have a Martin Luther coming along eventually, right? Look at Martin Luther and the history of the Catholic versus the Protestant church. Without being, against anybody's views, beliefs, whatever, somebody came along and disagreed whether you agree with him or you disagree with him. So, again, I don't know, even in religion, that there can be a conspiracy theory that goes on for that long, at least, and not in that sense. I don't know. I'm unfortunately diving into the worst possible examples by using almost too relevant examples, but I'm not trying to use any. I'm not trying to use the United States or any one country as an example. I'm just saying in general, There can definitely be low-level conspiracies where people do things behind the scenes that aren't fair and negatively affect the outcome of, whether it's a vote or whether it's the stock market or whether, whatever it is. There's definitely low-level conspiracies. You'd be dumb to think that people can't conspire in secret, right? But, I mean, it's like I think even using the United States in general, and not to get political because I'm not going to go into all that. I truly am not. But to have every single elected official somehow in on it, and no one wants to be the one person that saves the day and tells all the voters about the evil. I don't know. I just can't see that. But no, your guys are all good. It's all cool. I just thought it was an interesting little rabbit hole to follow down. I know a lot of people, especially the flat earthers, have really kind of taken over the spotlight. I remember for about a good 6 months there, how many flat Earth videos were hitting the trending page. And so, yeah, I thought I'd just sort of give my full rundown, my full spiel about what I think about that and the different various conspiracy theories. And again, it's not to be political at all. I'm not trampling on anybody's political or religious beliefs or ideals. I'm just saying, the conspiracy theories are a little bit out there. A lot of them, at least. Now, I mean, we can go into some other night some of the conspiracy theories that I think are technically maybe a little bit more possible, and what reasons and what situations would allow some of that stuff to actually take place. I do think that there is a time and place where the conditions are correct, where conspiracies can form and almost are done so with good intentions. And so, I mean, if you guys want to talk about that one of these nights, I'd be willing to get into that as well, because again, like I said, I think there's definitely some situations where conspiracies naturally form, real, honest-to-God conspiracies that maybe do keep information from us. And I don't think that they're as big as what people necessarily think that they might be, but at the same time, I think that there are, and maybe we can discuss that on one of the future streams as well. So maybe we can get some people, maybe even a cryptid hunter, to come on and say a few things too. I'm sure he would have some ideas on all this, including the paranormal stuff too. He has a very, very interesting opinion on the whole, for being a ghost hunting and paranormal channel. Not completely ghost hunting. If any of you know the history of the name, cryptids being creatures which are not necessarily considered paranormal. Bigfoots, chupacabras. I guess Yeti. I think Yeti was technically proven to be a weird species of bear. I think they finally figured out that was real. But stuff that is not proven to be existent but has enough data lying around that there might be something out there. So he'd be an interesting person to talk to you about some of that stuff as well. And living in Nevada, he obviously probably has some strong opinions about Area 51 and things like that, and all kinds of different conspiracies. So it's an interesting topic to talk about. I get worked up about it somewhat in the sense of the flat Earth and all that, and the veracity of those claims. But at the same time, it's a lot of fun to talk about for sure. Like I said, I honestly wish it were true. To all the flat earthers out there, I wish you the best. I wish it were true, if only. Yeah, maybe we'll do that next stream. Who knows? I'm not really sure. I am going to try to do some filming tomorrow, as well as finishing up some editing and whatnot tonight. So I don't know if we're going to do a stream tomorrow. I don't know if the next stream will be on site or not on site, but out on the road, or whether we're going to be doing it here at the command center. But maybe the next time we get into the command center, we'll try and do some more deep dives into that subject. I would love to go into some of the different things, because there is some weird science that backs up a lot of some of them. Like even like the hollow earth. I've heard some legit scientists talk about how, if it were possible, how would it have to happen, you know? And I will say, on a quick note, I did hear a scientist recently say that although the Earth itself is not donut-shaped, that the scientific data surrounding donut-shaped planets is actually out there, and they said that there is a real possibility that there could be a planet out there that literally has a hole in the center. It is completely shaped like a donut, and it's just like... Now, that I don't know... I don't want to say that it's like 100% true, because obviously I didn't do like a whole deep dive into that. It was an interesting read that I did one morning, and so I don't want to back their claims up without actually doing some more research. But I'm pretty sure it was a pretty reputable source too that said the donut-shaped planets were actually possible. Well, anything is possible to a certain degree, as long as it follows the laws of physics. But what I mean is that there are... When I say that, I mean that they did the math and found out that a donut-shaped planet would not break the laws of physics in terms of orbiting a sun or a star. Same thing. But yeah. And that there was a real possibility that they existed out there. So... But yeah, it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning where I am, and we just passed, not the 3-hour mark, but the 3 hour and apparently 39-minute mark, which is, oddly, as I've said a few times recently, some of you are new out there, but that's actually technically a short stream for us. We definitely do a lot of the longer streams. I've done 8-hour streams a few different times. So, yeah, I guess it did end up turning into somewhat of a late night stream, though. So, appreciate all of you for being here, though. But I think we are going to kind of wind things down just a little bit and maybe call it a night here pretty soon. But as I always do, I will sort of open the floor to any additional questions. I know we've been going down this whole flat earth thing and conspiracy theory thing for a while, and so I know I may have missed a few things out there. Maybe I didn't answer some of your questions during that time, so if there's anybody that has anything that they want to add in, that they want to ask, I'll be around for a little bit here, but I am sort of in the wind down phase here. We're going to wind it down before this 4-hour mark. I would love to stay all night, but I cannot tonight. We will do another stream at one of these, or one of these times where we pull an all-nighter again, but not this time. Hey there, Nameless. Thanks for stopping in, man. Appreciate it. How many plants? I think somewhere around 20. Some of them are off camera. I have down there I have another aloe plant, a succulent, and a lipstick plant. And then over here I have a red vein something. I can't remember the exact name. So, yeah, I think the last count, was around 20, including some duplicates. I have a few different cactuses that are the same cactus. And then I have a few different aloe plants too. And of course I have 2 money trees. And yeah, and of course you guys can't see it really well because of the light behind me here, but there is a hanging garden, essentially starting right here with the ivy, and then the asparagus fern, and then the various philodendrons going on up that are rooting in their little bottles that are hanging. So quite a few. They've been doing, most of them are doing pretty well. I think one needs actually watered, though. Oh no, the ivy's doing fine. I thought the ivy might need watered, but yeah, thank you very much. You have a great night too, Nameless. Good to see you, as always. Appreciate you being here. Chrissy Shoreline, welcome. Hey, good to see you. Thanks for coming. Not gonna be on too much longer, but I'm not trying to like rush away. But again, we will have more episodes coming out starting tomorrow. So we'll have an episode coming out tomorrow, and then an episode coming out Tuesday, and then an episode coming out Thursday, and then 2 more on the weekend. So we're going to start going back to the regular schedule, which is Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. I thought it's a pretty good schedule, I feel like. A black, is that the sign for killing plants? Yeah, some people just don't, some people sing, some people just can't do it. I don't know. I think some of them are harder than others, though. Like, some of them I've had a hard time with, for sure. Oh, there's it's just a light. There's like a little RGB light behind me. I can control with, I don't know if I have my remote or not. But, this little dude right here is just it's just an RGB light. So it just sort of scrolls through the colors. I don't know how well it shows up on this camera. It's kind of showing up. It probably will show up really well when it hits when it hits red there. But it actually goes through a lot more colors than what it looks like. It's a little bit more vibrant when I'm doing the other camera on my iPhone. I'm really not as tired as I look. I assure you, it really is the camera angle. Trust me, from a photography standpoint, I assure you, I look heavier and tired, more tired than I am right now, which is odd. I've recently lost weight, and I'm not tired, but I don't look like I've lost weight, and I look really tired. But it really is just me reading the comments. Like, this is me reading the comments. This is me looking at the camera. I promise. I'm usually up to like 3 or 4 in the morning. I have not made it to Bachelor's Grove yet. Keto? Oh, the diet? No. I don't even know anything about it, honestly, other than hearing of it. I want to try that, I can't remember it now. There's the drink that you can get that's supposed to be for probiotics. It's really popular right now. I can't remember what it's called. It's like literally like drinking bacteria. Well, I think it literally is drinking bacteria, but I can't remember what it's called. Oh, yeah. No, not an aquarium. Yeah, I'm not a fish person. I used to be. Not like big, though. But I do like colored lights. which is why it makes me kind of mad that I don't have a different camera set up. I wish I had a better camera set up here. I will be investing in one at some point. I'm just concentrating obviously on the travel first, but I have more RGB lights. Like I have a bunch down below my desk as well. So like my desk is all underlit and changes colors. Normally I have other lights on too. I have a whole nother set of RGB Wi-Fi controllable lights that are hooked up to my fixture up on the ceiling here. So normally I have that on, but excuse me, sorry, I'm problems talking apparently. But recently I switched internet companies several times, and so I haven't gotten I have a weird router now, and I have to turn off the newer 5 gigahertz broadcaster and only broadcast in the older 2.4 so that these older style lights can connect. Otherwise, I have to replace all 3 of these expensive smart bulbs. So that's kind of I'm kind of trying to avoid spending more money replacing smart bulbs just so that I can connect them. So I have to trick it into working because it doesn't understand that. It's weird. It's a tech thing. The technology doesn't understand that it's fully capable of working on the system, but it's fully capable of working on the system, so I have to trick it into working. And it will work. Yeah, I want to know what they are. Everybody's heard of them, too. If I say the name, you'll be like, oh, yeah, that. Hold on. I think it's, what is it? Kombucha, Zambucha, something like that. Everybody's heard of it, and it's basically drinking bacteria. No, it's not kombucha. I was saying that's the wrong thing. That's an alcoholic like tea. This is gonna bug me all night. This is a thing. Everybody's heard of this. Yeah, I'm just saying the wrong thing. It is fermented though, which technically is. It might be, because it's. Yeah, because it is. Hold on. I might have to leave this for next time. Yeah, I think it might be. Because it's fermented, but, I mean, that's essentially what fermented means. But it's not exactly the same as like a beer or something like that, but it's sort of that same process of using like a yeast-based fermentation. It's for health. I don't know that all of it is legit science, but the idea is that there are some legitimate doctors and scientists that believe that and it is true to a certain degree, 100%. Your body does operate on a certain level of bacteria, good bacteria that live in your body and assist you with everything from digestion to, I mean, all kinds of different, to like living on your skin and helping with skin health. And I mean, there's all kinds of things that sort of have this symbiotic relationship with us. And by taking in certain new types of this bacteria, it can sort of bring it to a healthy equilibrium, you know. Which is accurate. I just don't know how much this particular drink really helps with that, but it's called a gut biome, or your equilibrium of bacteria in your body that helps with digestion, and then in turn helps with like things like mental health, because your body needs certain ingredients to be able to produce certain things, and so it's supposed to have a whole slew of positive side effects. But again, I don't know the extent of it. Obviously, your body does its own work to come to that equilibrium, but by, obviously, Americans and people that live a Western lifestyle in general, taking a lot of foods that really do affect that. Whether it's heavily processed foods or foods with a lot of or preservatives in them, that can actually legit, like I said, whatever the veracity of the statements about this drink are, the food that we eat does have a big effect on your equilibrium of the bacteria in your body. So it is a real thing. I just don't know the legitimacy of the drinks. I don't know. I've heard a lot of people that swear by it. And like I said, there is some scientific evidence to back it up in terms of at least the general science that, yes, your body has a certain level of bacteria. Yes, there are good bacteria. And yes, they do help you live and have a healthy balance of different chemicals and different things in your body that your body needs. So it's based on legit science. But a lot of times things are based on legit science, and they just don't have the evidence to back up that they actually do anything. It's sort of like the magnetic bracelets. That's technically pseudo-science. But bacteria is not pseudoscience. But like, if you wear a magnetic bracelet, you're not gonna change the flow of your blood. And if you feel better, that's great, but that's a placebo effect, scientifically and medically speaking. Your blood doesn't really have the level of iron necessary to be affected by magnetic fields, which they've proven. Otherwise, going through metal detectors would be kind of dangerous. It would pull all of your blood to the outside of your blood vessels, and like, I mean, there's all kinds of reasons scientifically that certain things might have health benefits. I'm not trying to argue against all sorts of natural medicine. There are definitely versions of natural medicine that are 100% real. And in fact, most of the modern medications come from some form of natural medicine. It's just like aspirin. Aspirin's derived from bark from trees. And a lot of native people from a long time ago would chew on tree bark to get rid of their headaches. And so scientists looked into it and found out, it has this stuff in it called aspirin, or whatever the chemical is called. And that helps with this, and this. So yeah, natural medicine definitely has real benefits. Some of it's just fake, It's just, but some of it's real. I have no idea what that is. If you want to look up something really crazy, that really is legit real science that does work, I think it's called fecal replacement therapy. If you get grossed out by, as Molly said, poo-related things, don't look that up. But it is real, and it actually does help a lot of people, and it's very strange. And it is exactly what it sounds like. If you're really thinking about, is it really that? If you're thinking, is it really that? Then yes, it is really that. Some great subject matters here. All right, 4 more minutes. we'll call it a night at the 4-hour mark, and then I'm getting out of here. We've talked about almost too much at this point. Fascinating. Very fascinating. A lot of people that claim to get rid of some weird conditions just by utilizing again, though, that goes back to that's very the similar the reasoning behind that scientifically that work are a lot of the same reasoning that people drink things like the kombucha and the stuff that's good for your gut biome. It's the same principle, just the opposite end, literally. As gross as that sounds, it's literally the same basic idea that you're introducing new good bacteria to the body that can then spread and help overall health. And it really is legit. It's not pseudoscience. It does work. I don't think it's technically legal in most places, but it's an interesting concept. Yeah, and that, Laura, that is actually derived. If I'm correct, that is derived from that same therapy. It's a legal way of doing essentially what's called fecal replacement therapy. By putting it in a pill form. But yeah, it's essentially deriving bacteria and different things from someone else's internal chemistry and putting it into a pill form and then introducing it to another person's body, and that influx of new bacteria is good for you. Yeah, placebo is the one thing. Is there a placebo effect, and is that the real cause? But in this case, yeah, I mean, there's always going to be some people that have placebo effect, but bacteria does have a strong influence on people's health, and definitely probably some pseudoscience surrounding it. Like I said, I don't know the veracity of all these drinks, or, you know, even if the science behind the drinks is 100%, you know, real. There still could be some people that create drinks which aren't necessarily what they claim to be either, too. You know, I mean, one could argue about the legitimacy of a lot of facts when it comes to advertising. So, I mean, there's different levels. Yeah. But yeah, it's a real thing. It's a real science. But again, with any real science, there's always going to be those outliers. So just be careful when you go out there and test products. But at the same time, be willing to be open-minded and realize that there's a lot of different things that we can do to improve our health, and maybe some of them are real, but you just don't need them. So there's a lot to think about when it comes to stuff like that. But yeah, it's interesting. Oh yeah, but I'm sure that there's some definitely people that have had placebo effect with the bacteria stuff too. But yeah, I feel you there. Oh, I don't know if I would argue that. I would say that if you want to talk about God's will, I would say that God probably wants you to take care of yourself. Maybe he doesn't want to do all the work. I don't know if that's sort of a Jesus take the wheel sort of scenario where you just sort of do whatever you want to do in your life and have no consequences though either. I think there's a point where even a smart God would say to himself, maybe maybe you're testing the boundaries just a little bit too much. But, I mean, by all means, like, be happy, though. Well, shoot. Yeah. That's lucky. That's good, though. I will say that I do think there is something to positive attitude, and even scientifically that people have been able to prove that, some people that just truly want to survive will survive. There is some, as much as, I don't think it's unscientific to say there is some amount of willpower to things. If you just don't have a desire to overcome something, even if it's completely internal, that can actually affect things. So, I think there's 100% a argument that whether it's attitude, whether it's sheer willpower and desire to survive or whatever it is, that really can affect your immune system in a very real way. Hey there, Trish. Yeah, I have heard that argument that things like antibacterial soap and stuff like that are having actually kind of a negative impact because it's actually killing off a lot of the good bacteria and leaving super resistant bad bacteria instead, and that by being overzealous with the hand washing and too paranoid about germs, we're actually doing ourselves a disservice by not allowing ourselves to come into contact with things which otherwise would end up being absorbed, and not necessarily absorbed, but the good parts would be overwhelmed by necessarily the bad, And I agree with that 100%. And I tried to cut back on stuff like that as well. Hey there, Joanne. Yeah, I try not to do anything too overzealously when it comes to stuff like that. You can't be afraid to get a little dirty. I think it's been proven time and time again that that's actually a really good thing. Yeah. And they've actually done, a lot of studies, surrounding. I don't want to go into anything too detailed because it ends up getting into areas where people can argue, but needless to say that the people that had some amount of either willpower or hope in their life, whatever it may be, that was and it wasn't specific to anything, but just having that positive outlook or like I said, willpower, will to survive, or or support system around you, whether it's people or whatever you believe or whatever, that actually did have a positive influence. So well, thank you, Laura. I appreciate that. Thanks to everybody. I appreciate all of you guys being here. I know this has been a little bit longer of a stream tonight, even though, again, like I said, it's not a record breaker. We're not doing a 8-hour long super stream tonight, but definitely been a good one, though. I appreciate the interesting conversation. You guys have definitely brought up some interesting issues, some interesting topics, whether it's the far-reaching medical practices out there and their legitimacy, I guess, or the conspiracy theories and whether or not it's even possible for any of them to be true, and Yeah, it's been some interesting conversation tonight. So hopefully we'll do some more streams like this, and as well do some streams like this, but with some actual guests on board. So I don't know whether that's going to be remote guest where we Skype somebody in, or actually we manage to finally get another YouTuber to the command center for once. I don't know. We'll see. Unfortunately, I gotta go at some point. And I do have some stuff to accomplish before tomorrow, so that there's gonna be episodes coming out. So I'll be back on the streams at some point, though. Do I have any interest in near-death experience? I gotcha. Yeah, I'll have to look that up. I find it fascinating. That's another subject I don't necessarily know that. I think the line of proof is a lot harder, because by definition of a near-death experience, there's certain things that happen in people's minds which maybe they saw something real, maybe they didn't, but either way it could happen. You know what I mean? Like people that think that they like die and saw God or something. Maybe they did, but an equally valid response would be to say that they hallucinated it, and that's not an anti-religious statement. That's just saying that there literally is 100% evidence saying that that's what happens a lot of times. So I find it interesting because it's hard to tell, I think, the difference between something that's truly a phenomenon or like out of the ordinary and maybe just somebody hallucinating. I think it's a difficult one at the very least. I'm not necessarily discounting everything about it. I find it an interesting subject as well, to be honest. I don't know that I've really formulated an opinion on it, but yeah, for sure. I'll have to look that up. I'm always interested in that. So, God died and God didn't show. Again, I don't think it's I don't think it's a negative or a positive. I don't think it's a proof of. To me personally, when I see it, I don't think it's a proof of anything. Either way, I'm not saying it's, something for the atheist to jump on or something for the religious to jump on. I personally, when I look at it, the evidence that I've seen thus far for near-death experience shows me that it doesn't really prove anything. It just proves that somebody had an amazing experience and that maybe it was real and maybe it was a dream, I mean, because we've all had dreams that we thought were real and we weren't dead. So, I mean, who's to say? But for sure. I mean, it's very interesting, at the very least. I think there's some weird, again, like Trish was saying, there's some weird things that happen in the brain. But, I mean, that could be still all internalized. Or maybe there's some weird chemical combination that makes the brain turn into a transmitter and reach out to somewhere that we don't know. I don't think it's been proven quite yet, but I don't think the NDE research is about necessarily talking about that as much as just researching what happens when people have these experiences. So I think it's very much, I don't know if you call it like a form of science, if it's to that level yet. It's definitely a form of research. Again, I think the only problem is with intangible things. It's very much, it's a lot harder to put it through the scientific method, especially when it comes to NDE, because to put it through any sort of a scientific method, you would have to repeat that process several times to prove that it will happen the same way several times. And unless you could essentially kill the same person twice and then bring them back, then I don't know how you would repeat it with the same person. But I think it's incredibly fascinating, though. It's just like reincarnation. You know, you really have to have someone sort of go through the experience and say, okay, I'm going to come out on the other end. I'm going to wake up. I'm going to grow up as this other person. And then I'm going to come out and I'm going to express to the scientific community that this was me, Dr. So-and-so. You know, I died. I came back. You know, now I'm younger and a different person. No, you know, I know there's a lot of crazy experiences where people have seen, you know, supposedly their past lives, or even been able to potentially connect with, you know, people who they believed were their parents and could accurately describe other people's lives. But you know, I think there's a higher level and a higher level degree of error when it comes to like such crazy transitions or whatever it might be, you know. Yeah, it's an interesting situation. It's just hard. It's like with paranormal. It's unfortunate because it would be great to have a definitive answer, but it's just that much harder to find any sort of proof because you're reaching into an area which we don't even know what it is. You know, it's like if you're going to prove what a ghost is, first you have to prove what that ghost is made of and where they exist and what that dimension is, you know? Is it physical? Is it purely energy? Because, I mean, we say purely energy, but energy and physical are oftentimes interchangeable. It's not necessarily different, you know? We would probably call plasma energy, but plasma is just matter that has a, you know, a lot of energy in it, technically. So it's difficult to say because we don't even know even the beginning. You know, with here we can say we're in the universe, we're on a planet, you know, there's a fish and some water. We're going to study that fish and what it eats. With something like a ghost, we don't know where it is technically. We don't know how it exists. We don't know this phantom energy, this paranormal energy that it exists in, why it supposedly, if any of this evidence is true, why does it need electromagnetic radiation to sort of manifest itself and break through this invisible barrier? And the barrier, we don't even know what it is or what's on the other side of the barrier, what sort of dimension it is. You know, there's so much information that we haven't seen yet that is just, we have to find that. You know, we have to know. That's what science is how to describe something in an accurate way to prove that it exists and that it happens, right? It's like gravity. For so long we could prove that it existed, but we couldn't prove what it is. I mean, to this day we have problems proving what gravity is. Is it a particle? Is it a wave? Is it, or not a wave, is it a field? Is it, you know, is it something that we could recreate artificially? But I mean, it exists, you know. But, you know, I think there's going to be a certain time where we can open up all these questions again scientifically and say, okay, now we have the right amount of data and the right amount of research and the right amount of equipment to sort of put a definitive end to it. But until then, yeah, it sort of just sits in the realm of opinion. It's just, that's the unfortunate part, is that everybody has an opinion, and logic is a very tricky beast. Things can sound very logical up until the point that they're not scientific at all, you know. So, yeah, it's tricky. The paranormal is, and all these things are just, they're fields of research without, or we haven't really gotten some of the primary questions answered about the nature of why this stuff happens. It's rough. But I mean, again, like I said, I think there's hope for the future in that type of thing. I think there will be definitive, eventually there'll be definitive answers on a lot of these questions that we have now that we can't answer, I mean, there has been, so many things that we've believed to be true or had no idea how it worked or had no idea if it were true, and we suddenly, there's the evidence, and, then we know. So it'll happen. Yeah. Well, I don't think there's ever going to be I think there's always going to be a question to ask, though, too. Once we get to the end, you just look over the next horizon, and there's a whole new set of questions, So, that's that. Who knows? If we keep talking about it, we're just going to go deeper and deeper into different scientific fields and proving different things and different theories and all that. So, where does it end? But maybe we'll pick up next time. We'll talk about, like I said, some of these conspiracy theories that I think have the right situation, the right timing, the right place, where maybe they really could be true. Yeah. Quantum, yeah. There could be a lot to say about quantum theory. I think there's a lot of scientists that could still argue about quantum theory, so I don't know if I'm going to touch any of that. But we can talk about it. But yeah, I agree, Laura. Yeah. I think, that's something that I always sort of lived since I was young, and that, nobody wants anybody to be normal, really. Normal is just some weird term that we've come up with and try to achieve over the years, and it really is the ultimate lie. Because if really, truly we all were normal, we would all be so bored that life would not even be worth it. There is no normal. There is no such thing. Standards and normalcy is only averages mathematically to describe an overall view of the group, and in no way describes the individual experience that each person has. And so you can say normal in only a certain small set of conversations, and to look at one person in the face and say that that's not normal is not really that possible. There is no normal. There is only average, right? There's only averages, and averages don't work to explain a lot of things. They only work to explain the whole, Are people overall doing well? Maybe, on average, but that doesn't mean that there's not some poor people out there. That doesn't mean that there's not some rich people out there that are doing amazing. But on average, that would look completely different, right? You don't get those rich, you don't get the poor, you only get the middle, so, and that's what normal is, the middle, the sort of what a lot of people are doing. But even then, it's kind of fake, because the average changes depending on what question you're asking, too. So what is normal? It depends on the question. It depends on the group. It depends on the whole, It's not the individual. And so if we're talking about individuals, there can be no normal. There's just you. So just be happy. Live your life. Have fun. Stop worrying about other people. That's the one thing. If you ever find yourself or you're worried about what someone else is doing and you're not around that person, you've gone too far. Turn around, do a U-turn, go to the nearest mirror, look in the mirror and say, what am I doing wrong? I'm worrying way too much about somebody else that's not even part of my life. Don't worry about other people. If it bugs you, again, I think the old phrase, if it bugs you, go somewhere else, go do something else, go be a part of some other group, go find some other people, there's a lot of people out there. Go be happy. Don't worry about what other people are doing to be happy. If it bugs you, then don't do that, It's like a football fan or arguing with a basketball fan. You're both right. Be happy. You know, it's ridiculous to argue about which one's a better sport. Who cares? It doesn't matter. Anyway, part of being happy is getting some rest and getting a good night's sleep, I guess. That's one of the rumors anyway. I rarely do that. Rarely test out that scientific theory, but maybe I'll have that specific question answered tonight for once in my life. I don't know. But we've been going 4 hours and 22 minutes at this point, so I'm going to call it a night. Many thanks to everybody that's here. Many thanks to everybody that has been here, or anybody that's watching this in the replay and you've made it all 4 hours and 22 minutes. You're a superstar, a rock star, and I don't know how you did it without actually skipping, so many thanks. But thanks to everybody, whether you're watching now or later, and to everybody here currently. So thank you guys, and thank you for the good conversation tonight, everybody. I appreciate you all. Hope to see you guys in the next stream. Thanks, guys.